Chapter 1010. After dealing with the Superstar Destroyer cannon, David arrived at the Abu Dhabi headquarters 3 hours later. During this time, he spent most of his time looking for Abu Dhabi's super server. Probably because the surcharge syndicate was destroyed, Abu Dhabi moved the super server of 15 IFA headquarters. It was not easy to find an object the size of a super server on a planet, especially since Abu Dhabi did not leave behind a map in order to hide the super server. It was estimated that only the engineers and the president of Exalted knew the location of the super server. David first hacked into 15 IFA's Skynet and searched through the surveillance system. Then he investigated all the suspicious places one by one, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. In the end, David had no choice but to use his underground sneak talent ability and spread out from the Abu Dhabi headquarters. Because his mental range was reduced underground, plus his luck, it took him a long time to find traces of the super server. David almost gave up looking for the super server first. Although tens of trillions of wealth was a lot, it was not worth wasting his time. It did not take long to crack the 2 super servers. This kind of civilian-level super server's defense system was far inferior to the military super servers. David took some time to crack the super server, then took control of 15 IFA's Skynet before he found the president of Exalted's office. 100 executives from various planets of the Interstellar Federation were listening to the president of Exalted's loud encouragement. They were ready to face the challenges from all sides. At this time, on the screen in front of the executives, the president of Exalted's figure turned black, leaving only 100 executives online. Inform the police. Inform the space defense. Inform the security of the headquarters. The 100 executives were stunned at first, then all kinds of calls were made. But all of this had nothing to do with 15 IFA. Skynet did not accept any information outside of 15 IFA. The entire 15 IFA seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Regardless of whether it was through the identity bracelet or other communication devices, as long as it required Skynet connection, it could not be achieved. Of course, the battleships in space had their own communication devices and could be connected. However, it would take some time for these battleships to enter the atmosphere and protect the headquarters. When Exalted's president saw that the screen in front of him had been cut off, he hurriedly retreated to the side of Goldsmith's Transcendence, as if this was the only place that gave him a sense of security. General David, I'm Goldsmith's Transcendence. Please come out and let's have a chat. Goldsmith's Transcendence said in a deep voice as it scanned its surroundings. I don't know you. Let President Exalted talk to me. A voice and a figure appeared in the office at the same time. David glanced at Goldsmith's Transcendence and then at Goldsmith's Transcendence. He sensed the bloodline power in Hobbs. He did not expect to meet a level 4 Sky Knight in the Interstellar Federation. This type of defected Sky Knight was able to survive the pursuit of the great world of God. Every one of them was a powerful existence that had experienced hundreds of battles. However, David only glanced at them casually before turning his gaze to Exalted's president. Whether it was Goldsmith's Transcendence or Hobbs' Skyrider, he did not put them in his eyes. The flames in Goldsmith's Transcendence's chest burned. This kind of disregard made him feel like he had been slapped in the face. He did not believe that David did not recognize him. As one of the top 5 Transcendent in the Federation, any Transcendent should have heard of his name, because David had obtained the title of Federation War God when he was still Kaji and became the strongest person in the Federation with Kaji's unparalleled strength. This made Goldsmith's Transcendence, a veteran Transcendent, very angry. The difference between Transcendent and Kaji was like heaven and earth. Even if David could easily kill many level 3 Zergs, Goldsmith's Transcendence did not accept him as the strongest person in the Federation. David, you dare to ignore me. Goldsmith's Transcendence roared. In an instant, a set of Transcendent armor appeared on his body, and a level 4 heavy sword appeared in his hand. Goldsmith's Transcendence did not underestimate David. The level 4 heavy sword in his hand flashed, and a rune flew out and landed on David's body. David watched the rune fly to his body in amusement. This weakening rune couldn't affect his body at all. This was also why none of the weapons used by Knight Templars would be enchanted with this type of rune. They would only be enchanted with runes that strengthened the weapon or the user. It was because this type of rune had almost no effect on a level 5 Templar Knight. Even a level 5 Templar Knight could ignore it. David, who was at the peak of the legendary rank, was naturally immune to it. Goldsmith's Transcendence's movement was very strange. It should be a special technique. With 2 light steps, he arrived at David's side. The level 4 heavy sword in his hand slashed diagonally at David's left rib. In David's eyes, these techniques were all gaudy and boring. With David's talent in swordsmanship, all attacks had flaws in his eyes, let alone a level 3 transcendent like Goldsmith's Transcendence. David waved his left hand, and the level 4 heavy sword hit Goldsmith's Transcendence's body. The level 4 heavy sword stopped 10 centimeters away from David. Then, Goldsmith's Transcendence's body suddenly flew out. With a loud bang, Goldsmith's Transcendence's body crashed into the wall of the office, shattering a decorative painting. Goldsmith's Transcendence didn't die immediately, but his heart was like dead ashes. Most of his bones had been shattered by this blow, and his transcendent power had been completely scattered. He didn't know how long it would take for him to condense it again. Although the Federation's treatment methods could heal his bones, they couldn't heal the deeper parts. There was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to keep his transcendent power. Lord Hobbs, avenge me. Goldsmith's Transcendence called out in a weak voice. David, you're very strong, but don't think about leaving now that you're here. The Institute of Immortality needs your cooperation in a research project. Hobbs Skyrider said calmly as he stepped forward. Hobbs Skyrider didn't even glance at Goldsmith's Transcendence. He didn't even care about David's attack. The Interstellar Federation's technology might be far superior to the great world of gods, but Hobbs Skyrider was confident that he could sweep through the Federation in terms of personal strength. So you're from the Institute of Immortality? You should know more than President Akerlet. David's eyes lit up as he asked. The reason David wasted time meeting with President Akerlet was because of the Institute of Immortality. He didn't expect President Cuthbert of the Surcharge Syndicate to know so much about the Institute of Immortality. David also didn't have much confidence in asking President Akerlet. He didn't expect this Hobbs Skyrider to be from the Institute of Immortality. This made David feel like he had found a clue. Cut the crap. Are you going to follow me back to the Institute of Immortality? Or do you want me to heavily injure you and drag you back to the Institute of Immortality? Hobbs Skyrider asked arrogantly. With your strength as an advanced Sky Knight, or with the Holy Knight emblem in your hand? David said with a faint smile. Hobbs Skyrider's heart skipped a beat. The Sky Knight was his secret. He had hidden himself in the Interstellar Federation. Everyone who had seen his true strength was dead, not to mention the Holy Knight emblem in his space ring. It was a life-saving item with the power of a Holy Knight. Hobbs Skyrider wanted to equip the Knight armor, but his space ring didn't respond at all. David walked towards Hobbs Skyrider with interest. As for Akerlet's president, the heavily injured Goldsmith's Transcendence, and everyone else in the Abu Dhabi headquarters, they were all under the control of a strange hypnotic energy. You're not a transcendent. You're definitely not a transcendent. Hobbs Skyrider wanted to scream, but he could only make a soft sound. He felt extremely powerless. This kind of powerlessness was even stronger than when he was chased by the Holy Knight in the great world of God. David stretched out his hand and grabbed Hobbs Skyrider. Hobbs Skyrider's body flew over and landed in his hand. David jumped onto the back of the silver pterosaur. Then, the silver pterosaur activated its invisibility ability and enveloped David and the Hobbs Skyrider. Its instantaneous movement ability was activated, and they disappeared. Hobbs Skyrider didn't know how to describe his feelings. He had been paying attention to the great world of God for a long time. He also knew some inside information about the Institute of Immortality. He understood why the Institute of Immortality wanted to bring David back. But who would have thought that the most unlikely guess would actually be the truth? The silver pterosaur rarely appeared in the great world of God, but its reputation wasn't low at all. since it was able to become Lord Arthur's mount. Many nobles had heard of the legend of the silver pterosaur. Seeing David summoned the silver pterosaur, how could the Hob Skyrider not know what David's other identity was? If he knew that Lord Arthur was here, the Hob Skyrider wouldn't have dared to come even if he had 100 guts. This was the most powerful existence in the great world of God. He could kill the Hob Skyrider with a single breath. Who would have thought that the invincible knight of the great world of God and the war god of the Interstellar Federation were the same person? David didn't care about the Hob Skyrider's thoughts. He rode the silver pterosaur and quickly returned to the base of the Superstar Destroyer cannon. He scanned the base of the Superstar Destroyer cannon. He also didn't waste the energy that was maintained in the Superstar Destroyer cannon. As the Superstar Destroyer cannon shook, the sea rolled. In space, more than 200 battleships and countless small spaceships were flying in the direction of the 15 IFA headquarters. They were about to reach the atmosphere. A captain noticed the change in the scanning value and shouted, "Super powerful energy fluctuations detected. Activate the highest defense immediately." Then, the other captains also reacted and gave the order. After the small spaceships received the order, a thin layer of energy shield rose. This kind of shield was more comforting than practical, so its effect was very limited. The first captain who noticed the change in the scanning value saw the image of the energy fluctuation on the screen. It was the surface of the sea. The surface of the sea flashed and disappeared into thin air. What replaced it was a dazzling light. The name of the weapon was displayed on the screen. Superstar Destroyer Cannon. This name was enough to make any captain tremble in fear. The captain's face turned pale. When the light appeared, death followed. A beam of light shot up into the sky. The energy beam shot out from the 50-meter diameter muzzle, expanded rapidly after leaving the muzzle. The energy beam reached a diameter of 1 kilometer and swept across the sky. In this passage, whether it was a large battleship, a small spaceship, or a transcendent in a spaceship, there was no exception. Everything was turned into ashes. Looking at the huge spaceships in space with a hole in the middle, the spaceships that were closer to the energy beam, even if they weren't directly hit, were hit by the terrifying energy beam. All the internal equipment of the spaceship was destroyed. The people who were lucky enough to survive stared blankly at the light that disappeared in space. Under this attack, half of the large battleships and hundreds of small spaceships were turned into space dust. David set the military-grade super server of the Superstar Destroyer cannon to automatically attack the most densely packed spaceships in space. The effect was also very shocking. After the attack of the Superstar Destroyer cannon ended, David used his mind power to control the Superstar Destroyer cannon. Under the Superstar Destroyer cannon, the seawater and sand rolled. The terrifying force ignored the gravity of 15 IFA and pulled the huge Superstar Destroyer cannon out of the sea. After the Superstar Destroyer cannon was separated from the 15 IFA, David stored it in his space pendant. He didn't hide his series of actions from the Hob Skyrider. The Hob Skyrider looked at everything that happened in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. With the inherited knowledge of the Hob Skyrider, he knew very well that pulling such a huge object out of the ground with just his mind power is definitely not something a temple knight can do. The psychological defense of the Hob's Skyrider collapsed at this moment. He had a feeling that the David in front of him, or Lord Arthur, was a living god. On 15 IFA, in an underground secret room of the Abu Dhabi headquarters, the two super servers responsible for managing the assets of Abu Dhabi also finished their final work and returned to the settings before David came. In a short period of time, the Tordo Fund successfully completed a series of legal transactions with Abu Dhabi. All the assets and technologies of Abu Dhabi were transferred to the Tordo Fund. Even the property rights of this beautiful 15 IFA were traded to the Tordo Fund for 1 credit point. Chapter 1011. If the destruction of the Surcharge Syndicate could still be considered a premeditated accident, then the destruction of Abu Dhabi made more people understand how terrifying David was. With the Surcharge Syndicate as an example, Abu Dhabi could not have been unprepared. However, even though they were prepared, Abu Dhabi's assets were still transferred a second time under the supervision of a professional team of lawyers and notaries. A huge amount of assets and an astronomical amount of credits were transferred to the Tordo Fund, making the Tordo Fund, which could barely be considered a super financial group, one of the top financial groups in the Interstellar Federation. It was not that there were no financial groups that did not want to deal with the surcharge syndicate in Abu Dhabi, but they had to consider the threat of David first. This was a terrifying existence that destroyed two super financial groups in a fit of anger. As long as David was still alive, no one would dare to make a move against the Tordo Fund, and no one would dare to offend David's interests. Although a huge amount of wealth was tempting, this wealth could only be obtained if one was alive to enjoy it. Of course, another important reason why David was able to smoothly destroy two super financial groups was because of the current military administration of the Federation. Due to the dismissal of the president of the Federation, the arrival of war, and other reasons, the Federation was forced to enter military administration in order to resist the invasion of the insectoids. During the period of military administration, the highest authority belonged to the military. As long as there was no concrete evidence that David was behind the destruction of the two super financial groups, no court could put David on trial. In addition, David's identity as a general meant that ordinary courts could not put him on trial. Even the investigation could only be conducted by the Federation's investigation department or the military's investigation department. Ordinary police had no authority to investigate him. Something that surprised everyone in the Federation happened. After the mass brain damage at the 15 IFA headquarters in Abu Dhabi and the Superstar Destroyer cannon attack, the military, which was the first to approach the 15 IFA, actually sent a request to the Tordo Fund to conduct an investigation into the 15 IFA. This was the military's most obvious statement. They recognized the Tordo Fund's legal ownership of the 15 IFA. At this time, all the financial groups realized one thing. The military, or rather, Grand Marshal Andre, was condoning David's actions. At the same time, the financial groups also realized that whether it was the surcharge syndicate or Abu Dhabi, they were not on Grand Marshal Andre's side. In fact, they often used their resources to suppress the military. According to the laws of the Interstellar Federation, as long as the two super financial groups didn't go bankrupt, the military couldn't do anything to them. However, things are different now. The biggest benefit of the destruction of the two super financial groups wasn't David. Although David's Tordo Fund received a huge amount of assets, the real benefit was obtained by the military. The financial groups that used to ignore the military because of their huge wealth changed their attitude in just a few days. Many super financial groups found Grand Marshal Andre through various connections and requested to contribute to the war. The prestige of the military suddenly increased in a short period of time. Even some of the financial groups that originally opposed Grand Marshal Andre took the initiative to ease their relationship. Although the political views of these financial groups couldn't be changed in a short period of time, everything was developing in a good direction. David didn't care about anything else. After he put away the Superstar Destroyer cannon, he used stealth to fly away from 15 IFA. After leaving 15 IFA's airspace and reaching a safe distance where he wouldn't be discovered, David took out a small high-speed spaceship, activated the autopilot, and brought Hobbs' Skyrider into the cabin. David casually threw Hobbs' Skyrider on the ground, sat down, and said leisurely, "I have something to ask you. I hope you can answer me honestly." Hobbs' Skyrider's mind was still in a mess. In a short period of time, his experience was even crazier than when he escaped from the great world of God to the Interstellar Federation. If you don't want to answer, I'll open your soul myself. Although it's a bit troublesome, as long as I spend some time, I can get the answer I want. David saw that Hobbs' Skyrider didn't answer. He thought that Hobbs' Skyrider still wanted to resist, so he said in a deep voice. Hobbs' Skyrider was shocked. He straightened his body and bowed to David in a knight's salute and said, "Great Lord Arthur, if you have any questions, please ask away." Although Hobbs' Skyrider didn't have any restrictions on his body and could move freely, he didn't have a trace of resistance in his heart. Not to mention that the person sitting opposite him was Lord Arthur, who was known as the Invincible Knight. The battle that ended before it even started made him understand the gap between them. It was this gap that made Hobbs' Skyrider lose the will to resist. A proud knight would only bow to someone stronger. This was the style of a knight in the great world of God. I didn't expect you to recognize me. David shook his head and said. He also knew that he was too famous in the great world of God. Even the Interstellar Federation was promoting the invincible knight, Lord Arthur. Many of his deeds were known by people. When the silver pterosaur was exposed, he used the super level 5 hypnosis talent to destroy everyone's brains. He didn't expect that the only person who wasn't affected, the Hobbs Skyrider, would recognize him. Tell me, why is the Institute of Immortality looking for me? David continued to ask. Hobbs Skyrider had a bitter and helpless smile on his face. If he knew that David was Lord Arthur, he wouldn't have gone crazy and come looking for trouble with him. I don't know the details of the research. Hobbs Skyrider had just said this when he saw David's face darken. He hurriedly explained, I'll tell you everything I know. Hobbs Skyrider told David everything he knew. He also let David know a bit about the Institute of Immortality. It turned out that everything came from the cooperation between David and the Federation Army. Hobbs Skyrider didn't know the details of the Institute of Immortality research. He only knew that the Institute of Immortality used its connections in the army to secretly pack up everything in the room where David was resting. Of course, the most important research material was when David was heavily injured by the legendary tier Assassin Mantis King's lethal strike during the war against the insectoids. At that time, David had retreated from the battlefield after killing all the Zergs. When the Zergs entered the battlefield and David retreated, a small spaceship with the ability to conceal itself entered the battlefield and took away David's blood in space. One had to know that David had suffered a fatal strike. His shoulder had been split open from the bone, and after the battle, he had lost a lot of blood. According to Hobbs Skyrider, after the Institute of Immortality obtained the blood, after a period of research, they began to look for the god of war of the Federation, General David. That was how the Transcendent and Kaji had been sent to kidnap David's girlfriend, Emma. However, they didn't expect that there would be so many Transcendent around Emma. Hobbs Skyrider, do you know where the Institute of Immortality is? After hearing Hobbs Skyrider's explanation, David asked in a deep voice. There's a map in my identity bracelet, including the 5 Divisions Research Institute and the Immortal Headquarters. I also know that I don't have a right to raise any conditions with you, but I hope that you can bring my body back to the great world of God, even if you just throw it in space. Hobbs Skyrider said as he handed over his identity bracelet. Hobbs Skyrider didn't even think about asking for his life. Lord Arthur's massacre in the great world of God was even more terrifying than David's in the Interstellar Federation, let alone a small level 4 Sky Knight like him. Even a top nobleman wouldn't dare raise any conditions with Lord Arthur. After leaving the great world of God for so long, Hobbs Skyrider's only request was to return to his own world. Even though he was almost invincible in the Interstellar Federation, he had to hide his identity and didn't dare to expose his existence. Even the name he was proud of couldn't be known to outsiders. The training environment in the Interstellar Federation also meant that Hobbs Skyrider would never be able to improve. In order to not let his strength decrease, he had to constantly obtain resources to maintain his strength. The training energy in the Interstellar Federation was too thin. This kind of environment wasn't suitable for knight training, especially for knights with higher strength. After Hobbs Skyrider came to the Interstellar Federation, although he had escaped many pursuers and sought refuge with the Institute of Immortality to completely hide his tracks, his life had lost its purpose because he couldn't become stronger. Okay, David nodded. Thank you, Lord Arthur. Finally, may I know your strength? Hobbs Skyrider asked with a smile. He relaxed his body. Legendary, David replied. Then he pierced Hobbs Skyrider's body with his consciousness and ended Hobbs Skyrider's life in an instant. Hobbs Skyrider's face was still filled with disbelief, but it was more of a relief. As a knight, to be able to see and be killed by a legendary knight, he felt that his death was glorious. David stored the Hobbs Skyrider's corpse into his dimensional pendant. Although he wasn't a good person, he was still a man of his word. He would bring the Hobbs Skyrider's corpse back. It was just a matter of convenience anyway. David didn't immediately head to the Institute of Immortality. Instead, he continued to head towards the Stearns Consortium's headquarters at 66 Bouchard. He wanted to give all the organizations in the Interstellar Federation a warning. Anyone who dared to challenge his bottom line would have to face his wrath. As David flew towards 66 Bouchard, the various organizations in the Federation also started their own operations. The Stearns Consortium was a super organization. Usually, whether it was the government of the Federation or the various commercial organizations, they all had to give face to the Stearns Consortium in order to facilitate the various business activities of the Stearns Consortium. However, on the day that Abu Dhabi was destroyed, the Stearns Consortium encountered a great deal of trouble. After the Surcharge Syndicate was destroyed, the Stearns Consortium also received a lot of shock. However, this kind of shock wasn't something that the Stearns Consortium couldn't handle. It only caused some trouble for the Stearns Consortium. However, with the destruction of Abu Dhabi, the shock that the Stearns Consortium received immediately increased by several levels. In the eyes of many organizations, the Stearns Consortium was a big fat piece of meat that would be destroyed in a few days. The Stearns Consortium lost its deterrence and was targeted by countless organizations. It was like a baby standing on the street with a gold coin in its hand. This wasn't what hurt the Stearns Consortium the most. What hurt the Stearns Consortium the most were the internal problems of the Stearns Consortium. Tens of thousands of people had been turned into idiots twice in a row. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. The employees of the Stearns Consortium's headquarters were the first to collectively resign. No one was willing to live and die with the Stearns Consortium, and no one believed that the Stearns Consortium could still survive this storm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the military wanted to borrow David's hand to destroy the disobedient super-organizations. This also left the other organizations speechless. This was because David was too powerful. He was so powerful that no one could find direct evidence of him destroying a super-organization. With David's status, there was no way to affect David without direct evidence. The employees who resigned were bound by contracts, but the premise of this contract was that the Stearns Consortium would continue to exist. The Stearns Consortium's fate was already decided, so the employees who resigned lost their fear. The employees who resigned were bribed by other organizations. Even the employees who were still working were bribed. Using these connections, many organizations were like bloodthirsty sharks swallowing the Stearns Consortium. The Stearns Consortium itself wasn't a single piece of iron. Because of the upcoming trouble, the various organizations were frantically dividing up their assets. The government also didn't let go of such a good opportunity. In just one day, they prepared a lot of evidence of the Stearns Consortium's past tax evasion and issued a sky-high fine, which was directly deducted from the Stearns Consortium's account. One blow after another, the Stearns Consortium fell apart in just 3 days. The whole process completely exceeded the expectations of everyone in the Interstellar Federation. There was naturally a reason for these 3 days. It was exactly 3 days between the destruction of the Surcharge Syndicate and the attack on Abu Dhabi. Some clues could be found that 3 days before the Surcharge Syndicate was attacked, the super legal team of the Tordo Fund was formed. All the organizations knew that they only had 3 days to fight for benefits. After 3 days, even if they had the ability, they wouldn't dare to participate again. In 3 days, if they acted, they would be helping David. After 3 days, when David was done with the Stearns Consortium, if they acted again, they would be fighting for benefits with David. As long as they weren't crazy, no one would do such a thing. This created a miracle. A super financial group went from being prosperous to nothing in 3 days. The economists of the Interstellar Federation were deeply helpless about this strange economic event. All the economic formulas from before couldn't be applied to this event. A super financial group worth more than 10 trillion was completely swallowed up by the surrounding organizations because of the threat of one person. That person didn't even have to act. Chapter 10:12. When David turned invisible and appeared on 66 Bouchard, he was dumbfounded. Did the Stearns Consortium move? At this time, 66 Bouchard was extremely chaotic. There were no rules at all that a super consortium should have. Spaceships were flying everywhere as if they were fleeing for their lives. David didn't see any defenses. Let alone defenses, even Skynet had been shut down. He had been flying in the sky all this time and didn't contact the Tordo Fund or the intelligence organization. Originally, he planned to contact them when he arrived at 66 Bouchard, but he didn't expect that even Skynet had been shut down when he arrived at 66 Bouchard. David entered the atmosphere and descended to the ground. 66 Bouchard, which belonged to the Stearns Consortium, was currently being robbed everywhere. It was simply a paradise for criminals. Anything of value was moved and stuffed into the spaceship at the side. Hurry up, time's up. David heard many people warning at the same time within the range of his psychic power. It was like an order. The robbers no longer cared about their belongings. They jumped into their spaceships and flew into space. General David will be here if we don't leave now. A very small number of people who still wanted to move their belongings were warned by their companions. They also sped up, but they were a little late and left 66 Bouchard. David saw a rare sight. 66 Bouchard had spaceships flying into space everywhere, but not a single one was flying towards 66 Bouchard. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't sense any danger, he would have thought that 66 Bouchard was preparing to self-destruct. However, David also understood that these people were worried about his arrival from the conversation he had just heard. He looked helplessly at 66 Bouchard, which used to be the headquarters of the Stearns Consortium. It was a mess. Under the cover of his psychic power, there was not a single person in the headquarters of the Stearns Consortium. All kinds of confidential information were casually thrown on the ground. David took out a space communication device from his dimensional pendant and connected it to President Krieb. "Sir, I was just about to report to you." President Krieb obviously also wanted to contact David. He immediately said after the call connected, "Tell me about the Stearns Consortium." David wasn't as agitated as President Krieb. If the three consortiums didn't provoke him, he wouldn't have bothered to make a move. At David's level of strength, the secular world was extremely insignificant in his eyes. No amount of credits would have any effect on him. It was only because the increased influence could protect those close to him that he brazenly took action after being provoked. According to the news I received, the Stearns Consortium completely collapsed 5 hours ago. Most of its assets were swallowed up by dozens of large consortiums. A small portion of its assets were confiscated by the government through taxation. The various shareholders of the Stearns Consortium also wanted to escape in a short period of time and sold their shares. However, these shareholders died mysteriously one by one. I will send you the report on this later. Not long after President Mitford of the Stearns Consortium left 66 Bouchard, his spaceship was also destroyed. President Krieb reported. "Do you know who did it?" David asked curiously. The news came from several large consortiums. "They should be the ones behind President Mitford's death." President Krieb replied. David nodded. This was a gesture of goodwill from several large consortiums. Perhaps it was because they had received too many benefits that they needed to express their goodwill. Since the Stearns Consortium has been dealt with, then there's nothing else. You should properly deal with your previous gains. David arranged with a smile. "Sir, actually, we also received some benefits from the Stearns Consortium. We purchased the rights to 66 Bouchard at midnight. The price is still 1 credit. President Krieb said excitedly. Controlling a planet was a standard feature of large consortiums. In the past, the Tordo Fund only controlled the Erdos satellite. By relying on the Erdos satellite's ownership, they could barely be considered a quasi-large consortium. Now, in just a few days, they had obtained the rights to Pawa, 15 Ifa, and 66 Bouchard. This allowed the Tordo Fund to become a true top-tier consortium. As long as the Tordo Fund was given a period of time to digest their gains, the Tordo Fund would become many times stronger than it was now. David also knew why the people who snatched 66 Bouchard left at midnight. It turned out that after midnight, 66 Bouchard would belong to the Tordo Fund and David's private property. If the people who snatched 66 Bouchard made a move after midnight, they would be snatching the Tordo Fund's items. They would become enemies with the powerful upstart of a top-tier consortium and David, who had great military strength. The consequences were obvious. President Krieb, use my name to send a letter of gratitude to those consortiums who expressed goodwill, David ordered after some thought. David didn't need to ask to know that selling 66 Bouchard to the Tordo Fund for 1 credit was definitely a gesture of goodwill from those consortiums who had dealt with the Stearns Consortium. Those consortiums probably didn't want him to make a wasted trip. Who knew if he would be angry if he made a wasted trip? These consortiums had already seen David's anger, and they didn't want to experience it again. Yes, sir. I'm also preparing to hold a business cocktail party. I'll send it out together with the invitation. President Krieb happily replied after hearing David's words. With David's letter of gratitude, President Krieb was confident that he could establish a solid relationship with the rest of the consortiums. Inform me in advance when the business cocktail party will be held. If I have time, I will attend. David made this decision to support President Krieb's work. Of course, this was on the premise that David had set up the Interstellar Federation safety point and set up the space coordinates. With the space coordinates of the Interstellar Federation safety point, David could quickly return to the Interstellar Federation as long as there weren't any major events that would affect him. You're coming to the cocktail party? President Krieb was full of surprises today. The standard of this business cocktail party was already very high. This was a business cocktail party at the level of a super financial group. Those who were qualified to attend were all important members of the super financial group and other people with high status. However, the significance of David attending this cocktail party was completely different. David was the most powerful existence in the Interstellar Federation. He was a general of the federal military, had a close relationship with Grand Marshal Andre, and was also the owner of the Tordo Fund. These identities were enough to raise the level of the cocktail party by a large margin. It would also make people who were originally hesitant to attend this cocktail party think twice about it. Most importantly, this cocktail party was the first time the Tordo Fund showed up as a top financial group with a new appearance. The level of the cocktail party would also raise the status of the Tordo Fund by a large margin. Inside the Institute of Immortality, Director Hench ordered in a deep voice, "Order, close down all the sub-research institutes and take back all the important resources back to the headquarters." Director Hench wasn't too disappointed about the destruction of the 3 financial groups. Although the 3 financial groups were supporters of the Institute of Immortality, the Institute of Immortality would still receive enough funding as long as they contacted any financial group. The research results of the Institute of Immortality had an irresistible temptation. Even if there was a threat from David, Director Hench believed that the owner of the wealth would still accept the funding. The reason why the 5 sub-research institutes were closed down was because the sub-research institutes weren't a secret. The Institute of Immortality communicated with the outside world through the 5 sub-research institutes. The location of the headquarters of the Institute of Immortality had always been the biggest secret. Not only did the funders not know, but even the lower-ranking members of the Institute of Immortality didn't know. Closing down the 5 sub-research institutes would make David lose his target, and it would also give the Institute of Immortality a chance to take action against David again. Director Hench didn't give up on his plan to deal with David, but his attitude towards David was even more cautious. After the goldsmith's transcendence was heavily injured and turned into an idiot, and the Hobbs Skyrider was missing, this made Director Hench pay more attention to David's strength. In the past, Director Hench judged David's strength as a transcendent on par with the goldsmith's transcendence. With David's age, he was already an absolute genius, and he might also have 1 or more innate spiritual abilities. However, the disappearance of the Hobbs Skyrider, a powerful level 4 knight, made Director Hench reevaluate David's strength. However, Director Hench wasn't too worried. The Institute of Immortality had more secrets than anyone could imagine, and their strength was even more unimaginable. "Director, Will the Hobbs Skyrider reveal the location of the headquarters? Director Hanch's assistant asked. Even if the Hobbs Skyrider died, he wouldn't go back on his word. He's a knight. Director Hanch said confidently. The Hobbs Skyrider that Director Hanch knew was a traditional knight. Even though he had lost his dream, he still regarded himself as a knight. However, Director Hanch wasn't a knight. He couldn't understand how a knight felt when he saw the title Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur. For a knight, the Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur was a god among knights. Even though he was in the Interstellar Federation, the Invincible Knight was recognized by both the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. When faced with an irresistible power, the Hobbs Skyrider lost his belief in his promise. The only thing left in him was his respect and obedience to the strongest. Director Hanch believed that the Hobbs Skyrider wouldn't reveal the location of the headquarters of the Institute of Immortality. This was his belief that was strengthened by his many years of experience in the human heart. In the Federal High Command, Grand Marshal Andre was also listening to the latest report. The person who reported it was still Colonel Morrison. Grand Marshal, the investigation of Pawa, 15 Ifa, and 66 Bouchard didn't find any clues about General David. There's no evidence that General David went to those areas. Colonel Morrison reported. How could he leave any clues behind? Grand Marshal Andre shook his head and said. Colonel Morrison didn't respond because it wasn't easy to answer. Grand Marshal Andre believed that General David did all of these things. Of course, Colonel Morrison also believed the same. However, there was no evidence. Just the title of Federation War God made it impossible to investigate directly. They could only investigate indirectly. Colonel Morrison didn't believe that the military's investigation didn't yield any results. Therefore, even if the Interstellar Federation knew that it was General David's doing, they couldn't do anything to General David. A super-large energy cannon was fired into space on 15 Ifa. Based on the energy fluctuation and power at that time, it was the Superstar Destroyer Cannon. Colonel Morrison continued to report. Superstar Destroyer Cannon, Abu Dhabi is really something. If it wasn't for the incident on 15 Ifa, Abu Dhabi would probably still have the Superstar Destroyer Cannon. Did they take it back? Grand Marshal Andre held back his anger and said in a deep voice, for a weapon like the Superstar Destroyer Cannon to fall into the hands of Abu Dhabi, there must be a lot of benefits involved. The Federation's weapon falling into the hands of civilians was simply a slap to the military's face. Colonel Morrison's face was filled with embarrassment. He stuttered for a while and said, We searched all over 15 Ifa, but we couldn't find the Superstar Destroyer Cannon. You couldn't find it? That's the Superstar Destroyer Cannon. Not to mention the barrel. Even the cannon base needs a standardized base to support it. Also, isn't there a firing track? Can't you find the Superstar Destroyer Cannon? Grand Marshal Andre asked in shock. Grand Marshal Andre obviously knew how big the Superstar Destroyer Cannon was. It was a military base, and it was even bigger than a normal military base. Plus, it needed to transmit the reaction force to 15 Ifa, so it had to be very deep inside the 15 Ifa. This kind of weapon was designed to be fixed. With the help of professional military engineers, it would take at least a few days to transfer this kind of Superstar Destroyer Cannon. Indeed, we couldn't find it. According to the firing track, we found a place under the sea, but there was only a huge hole left. We suspect. Colonel Morrison stopped. In the military, the intelligence must be accurate. The so-called suspicion could only be used as a reference and not as a conclusion. Suspect what? Grand Marshal Andre waved his hand, and Colonel Morrison continued. We suspect that General David took the Superstar Destroyer Cannon. Colonel Morrison continued. I'll take care of this. You guys don't have to worry about it. Grand Marshal Andre patted his head and waved his hand. Colonel Morrison bowed and left. Only Grand Marshal Andre and Jekyll's adjutant were left in the office. Tell me, isn't David too strong? Grand Marshal Andre asked calmly. Jekyll's adjutant's face changed. He heard the helplessness and doubt in Grand Marshal Andre's words. General David respects you very much. He is a member of the military. He won't be your enemy. Jekyll's adjutant thought for a while and replied solemnly, I'm getting old. I'm actually worried because my own people are too strong. Grand Marshal Andre actually just wanted an answer in his heart. After Jekyll's adjutant gave the answer, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 10:13. Grand Marshal Andre, hello. When David approached the planet where the Institute of Immortality was located and entered Skynet's range, he received a contact request from Grand Marshal Andre. He hid in the sky and connected to his bracelet. General David, I'm at the Federal High Command waiting for you to return. 10 days are almost up. Grand Marshal Andre's first sentence was to remind David. David naturally calculated the time. After dealing with the Institute of Immortality, he would have enough time to rush to planet origin. As for how long he would be delayed at the Institute of Immortality, he didn't even think about it. After knowing where the headquarters of the Institute of Immortality was located, the destruction of the Institute of Immortality was only a matter of time. Don't worry, I'll report in on time. David immediately replied loudly. The planet where the Institute of Immortality was located was very close to the interstellar portal. It only took a few hours to get there. This was probably convenient for the transportation of the Institute of Immortality's resources. The first thing David felt when he returned to the Interstellar Federation was that long-distance travel was too inconvenient. Although the Interstellar Federation had huge interstellar portals that were even bigger than the planetary portals in the great world of God, there were too few of them. Almost every star field had a single interstellar portal. The interstellar portals were only used to connect distant star fields together. Within a star field, one still had to travel through space. Compared to the great world of God, almost every important planet had a planetary portal. Some nobles even had their own portals of various levels to supplement their planetary portals. This made the great world of God extremely convenient, even though it was as big as the Interstellar Federation. Of course, the two worlds couldn't be compared. The floating population of the Interstellar Federation couldn't be compared to the great world of God. The great world of God's teleportation system only allowed the nobles to travel. Only the nobles in the great world of God had the right to use the teleportation system. Normal civilians couldn't leave their planet for the rest of their lives. In the Interstellar Federation, as long as one had a bit of financial ability, they could travel between stars. One more thing. No matter where the 15 EFA Super Star Destroyer cannon went, I don't want to hear about it again. Grand Marshal Andre said in a deep voice. Don't worry, the Super Star Destroyer cannon won't appear in the Federation again. David promised with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre shook his head helplessly. As expected, the Super Star Destroyer cannon had fallen into David's hands. However, he didn't think David could do anything with it. It should be known that with David's stealth ability, it was easy for him to do anything silently. There was no need for him to use the Super Star Destroyer cannon. In addition, it was better for the Super Star Destroyer cannon to fall into the hands of one of their own. Protect yourself. I'll wait for you at the Federal High Command. Grand Marshal Andre said. David stood in the sky. He could feel Grand Marshal Andre's concern. Grand Marshal Andre didn't mention anything about the three consortiums to him. It was as if nothing had happened. However, he knew that Grand Marshal Andre was under a lot of pressure. It was just that Grand Marshal Andre didn't mention it. David reconfirmed his direction and flew towards the headquarters of the Institute of Immortality. The headquarters of the Institute of Immortality was located in a leisure manner. The scenery here was picturesque. Expensive horses roamed the grass, trimmed trees, and expensive flowers showed that this place was extraordinary. According to the map inside the identity bracelet, this manor was a high-end leisure manor for members. David looked down from the sky, but there was no trace of the Institute. He knew that the Hobbs Skyrider wouldn't lie to him. When he interrogated the Hobbs Skyrider, the Hobbs Skyrider's mind had already collapsed. He didn't have the slightest will to resist. In addition, the difference between David and the Hobbs Skyrider's mental strength was like heaven and earth. If the Hobbs Skyrider lied, there was no way he could hide it from David's senses. When his mental strength passed through the ground and entered the underground, the hidden space appeared. However, David's expression was a little serious. If his mental strength hadn't reached the legendary rank, it was very likely that he wouldn't have been able to discover the hidden space underground. This hidden space used the great world of God's isolation rune to isolate it from the outside world. If this was the great world of God, David wouldn't be surprised at all. However, this was the Interstellar Federation. There were no alchemists who had mastered the isolation rune. David even suspected that this was the great world of God's intelligence center. However, the entire world of God's intelligence was now under his control. If the Institute of Immortality was owned by the world of God's intelligence, Viscount Devold wouldn't have hidden it from him. With Viscount Devold's intelligence, David had asked him to investigate Emma many times. There was no way he didn't know that Emma was related to Lord Arthur. It was even more impossible for him to send someone to kidnap her. After all, the world of God's intelligence was involved in the operation to protect Emma. From a discovery of the Institute of Immortality, David was certain that the Institute of Immortality had something to do with the great world of God. Since David was already here, the secret of the Institute of Immortality could no longer be kept. The silver pterosaur brought David to the surface. Afterward, the silver pterosaur ignited its move in a flash talent. It ignored the isolation circle and the defensive energy shield and entered the underground corridor. As soon as they entered the underground space, the feeling of the blood connection increased countless times. Even under the suppression of the rules of the world, he could still clearly feel the movement of the blood connection. As expected, the blood connection is related to the Institute of Immortality. David thought to himself. When he got close to the Institute of Immortality, he could feel that the blood life was very close to him. Now that he was in the underground space, he was 100% sure that the blood life was in the underground space. Without the isolation of the ground, David's consciousness could easily spread out in all directions. Soon, the entire underground space was exposed to his senses. He also discovered something that shocked him. This underground space was a super large research institute. At the core was a super AI system made up of 10 custom servers connected in parallel. All of the calculations of the Institute of Immortality were handled by this super AI system, let alone a private research institute. Even the Federation's research institutes didn't have this kind of condition. Super servers could be purchased, but the cost was very high. A normal research institute would only have one at most. Above the super servers were the custom servers. These servers were designed and built according to the requirements of the server manufacturer. The custom servers of the Institute of Immortality were the most powerful servers David had ever seen. The 10 custom servers were soaked in a special solution and sealed in a 20 by 20 cube. The material of the cube was very special. It could quickly transfer the heat of the solution. The surface was also painted with reinforcement, isolation, cooling, defense, and so on. In addition to the various functions of the Interstellar Federation's technology, the cube became the home of the super AI system. This was the perfect combination of the great world of God's alchemy system and the Interstellar Federation's technology. This meant that the Institute of Immortality did indeed have an alchemist. Whether it was the Federation's technology or the great world of God's alchemy, they couldn't stop David's consciousness from entering the cube. To be honest, according to the design, the super AI system inside the cube was almost perfect. If one wanted to hack into this super AI system, they would have to attack all 10 custom servers at the same time. Only then would they be able to take control of the super AI system. The 10 custom servers backed up each other and were one when it came to computing. They formed the most powerful server group. Unfortunately, this super AI system encountered David, a terrifying existence with 141 soul avatars. In theory, unless someone used more than 143 custom servers to form a server group, they would be able to prevent his intrusion. The reason why David was attracted to the cube at first sight was because he was also an electronic warfare master. He had almost no resistance to this super AI system. He wanted to have it as soon as he saw it. Perhaps because he trusted the design of the 10 custom servers too much, the defense system of the super AI system wasn't too special. It could only be considered the top of the civilian level. It was still a bit inferior to the military's defense system. David could also understand the designer's thoughts. With this kind of hardware design, the possibility of hacking was theoretically eliminated. Unless he found 10 electronic countermeasure grandmasters to enter the cube and operate the 10 custom-made servers in the cube, it would be possible to successfully hack it. However, even if they found 10 electronic warfare masters, who could guarantee that the 10 electronic warfare masters would be able to crack the cube at the same speed? If there was a difference of 1 second, all their efforts would be in vain. That was why, in theory, the cube's super AI system was unbreakable. While David was cracking the cube, he was still thinking about other things. 5 minutes later, the cube's super AI system changed owners. He didn't alert anyone in the Institute of Immortality during the whole process. The second place he paid attention to was a laboratory near the core. Since the Institute of Immortality's super AI system was already under David's control, he didn't hide anymore. Instead, he walked directly to the laboratory. Wherever David went, the sealed doors opened automatically without needing to verify his identity. The Institute of Immortality's staff also perfectly avoided David's path with the help of the super AI system's automatic analysis. David entered the laboratory as if it was his own home. As soon as he entered the laboratory, he saw 5 culture tanks. In the culture tanks were the life forms connected to his bloodline. "Who are you? Who let you in?" There were 3 middle-aged researchers and an old man in the room. When David suddenly appeared, one of the middle-aged researchers shouted. David ignored the middle-aged researcher. Instead, he walked in front of one of the culture tanks. He reached out his hand and touched the culture tank gently. He felt the resonance of the life forms inside. The middle-aged researcher was already pressing the alarm, but it seemed to have lost its function. The other 2 middle-aged researchers surrounded David. It seemed like they wanted to use force. "You are General David?" The old man saw David's face and couldn't help but ask. "I finally understand why you guys are looking for me. I didn't expect you guys to be able to successfully clone a life form like me, and 5 of them at that." David didn't answer the question and muttered to himself. In the 5 culture tanks, there were 5 humans that looked exactly like David. Whether it was their height or appearance, they were exactly the same. This was not the scariest part. David scanned them with his mind and found that the bodies of these 5 humans were almost true clones of him. They were all black dragon bodies. Perhaps the only difference between them and his original body was the soul. There was no soul in these 5 human bodies. Of course, these 5 clones didn't cultivate at all. Right now, they were only equivalent to ordinary people. However, if these 5 clones started to cultivate the black dragon's hibernation, they would be like 5 young black dragons. Their futures would be limitless. David was extremely shocked. One must know that his life form was extremely special. He had long been in a non-human state. Instead, he had become a black dragon. With the state of his body, it was impossible to use his body tissues to cultivate more body tissues, let alone clone them. David didn't believe that the researchers of the Federation could do this. This already involved the realm of God. Although he wasn't a god, his black dragon body was the body of a god-level life form. "I'm Professor Leith. I specialize in cloning technology. I didn't expect you, General David, to know about cloning technology as well," Professor Leith said in a deep voice. The 2 middle-aged researchers who were about to rush over stopped when they heard Professor Leith say David's name. Even if they were in the Institute of Immortality, they had heard of David's name. Some time ago, the investors of the Surcharge Syndicate, Abu Dhabi, and Stearns Consortium, the 3 Institute of Immortality were destroyed by David alone. Not to mention the invincible title of God of War of the Federation. How could a researcher with no combat power deal with him? I'm also very curious. Cloning technology can actually clone god-level life forms. To be honest, I'm really curious about the research ability of the Institute of Immortality, David said with a faint smile. At this time, David had already sensed that many of the Institute of Immortality's combat power were gathering here. The Institute of Immortality had somehow discovered his presence in this laboratory. He didn't immediately take action. He was extremely curious about the research here. At least before he understood the research results, he wouldn't completely destroy this place. Chapter 10:14. General David, I have a question. Why do we obtain Lord Arthur's body, but cultivate your face? Although Professor Leith had his suspicions, he still asked. I'll answer this question later. When Director Hanch comes in, I'll answer this question together. David smiled and waved his hand. As David gently waved his hand, the door to the laboratory opened. At this time, Director Hanch brought in 12 Sky Knight, wearing level 4 knight armor and wielding level 4 heavy swords. David was slightly stunned. His mind had already discovered the existence of these 12 level 4 Sky Knight, but seeing them with his own eyes was still very shocking. It was extremely rare for the Interstellar Federation to have 12 level 4 Sky Knight at once. However, David quickly smiled because he saw that the level 4 Sky Knight's battle formation was actually the simplified version of the Knight's battle formation used by Kaji of the Interstellar Federation. Through the movements of the level 4 Sky Knight's weapons, he could confirm that these level 4 Sky Knights didn't even have an official Knight's legacy. At most, they had only learned some sort of Knight's breathing technique. The bloodline power of the 12 level 4 Sky Knight's body was extremely heterogeneous. Compared to a level 4 Sky Knight of the great world of God, their battle strength was at most a quarter of the battle strength of a level 4 Sky Knight. If these level 4 Sky Knights were placed in the great world of God, they would be a kind of counterfeit product that was forcefully leveled up through some sort of method. When these level 4 Sky Knights reached this level, it was their limit. There was no possibility for them to improve any further. However, Director Hanch caught David's attention a bit, because he discovered that Director Hanch was a level 5 bishop. Above Director Hanch's head, a dark golden longsword was dancing. That was the result of mind control. With level 5 mind control, this longsword's power was comparable to that of a level 5 knight of the temple. This was because the dark golden longsword was actually a divine weapon. David could clearly sense the energy waves unique to divine weapons. General David, we're waiting for you. Director Hanch's eyes flashed with excitement. He had brought the results of his research over the years. The 12 level 4 Sky Knights, in addition to himself, were the true trump card of the Institute of Immortality. The 12 level 4 Sky Knights were the crystallization of cloning technology. However, due to the fact that the knight's bloodline couldn't be replicated, every time a knight was cloned, a certain amount of knight's bloodline from the great world of God was used as the raw material. This made the research lose most of its meaning. For the sake of the knight's bloodline, the Institute of Immortality had paid a huge price. However, Director Hanch's genetic research was indeed unique. Through various experiments, he used special methods to help break through the bottleneck of knight advancement. This was the origin of the 12 level 4 Sky Knights. Unfortunately, Director Hanch was not a knight and did not have a complete knight's legacy. Coupled with the fact that the bloodline of a level 4 Sky Knight had an innate flaw, the strength of a level 4 Sky Knight was far inferior to a real level 4 Sky Knight. However, it was precisely because Director Hanch was not a knight that he did not feel that his level 4 Sky Knight was much weaker than a real level 4 Sky Knight. This was related to the fact that Director Hanch himself was not proficient in combat. His special ability was useful for analysis and judgment, not for combat. In order to avoid the pursuit of the shrines, Director Hanch had used some method to enter the War Star. While on the War Star, he had relied on the Federation's power to enter the Interstellar Federation. During his days in the Interstellar Federation, he had used his innate ability to study the Federation's technological knowledge. Director Hanch's innate ability was especially suited to the Federation's technological knowledge, allowing him to quickly grasp a large amount of profound knowledge. This was thanks to the Federation system. In the Federation, as long as one was willing and had the ability to learn, one could continue to learn after passing one test after another. Knowledge was not closed off to the learner. Through his own abilities, Director Hench had become an extremely outstanding Federation researcher, achieving outstanding results time and time again. Through his own efforts and some luck, he had entered the Institute of Immortality and slowly gained control of this top-class private research institute. It could be said that Director Hench was a legend. He had fused the knowledge of two worlds earlier than David. Director Hench also knew that an existence like him was a taboo in the Federation, so he had always hidden himself and worked hard to plan for himself. That was until he obtained Lord Arthur's blood. It was as if he had uncovered the mysteries of the world. With the help of this blood sample, Director Hench's research on immortality advanced by leaps and bounds. In a short period of time, Director Hench's research team had created 5 clones, and they were all extremely perfect life forms. However, the bodies of these 5 clones could not contain any souls, nor could they produce any. It was as if their bodies were rejecting souls. It must be known that according to the Institute of Immortality's research, the clones alone had the strength of a level 4 Sky Knight. What kind of concept was this? The starting point of a clone was a level 4 Sky Knight. This discovery almost made Director Hench go crazy. He felt as if he had found the path to God. Director Hench also discovered the biggest problem with the 5 clones. Their faces did not resemble Lord Arthur, but instead looked like General David of the Federation. Director Hench did not think that General David and Lord Arthur were the same person. However, Lord Arthur had grown up in the Federation, so he believed that there was a high possibility that General David and Lord Arthur were related by blood. According to the requirements of the research, he should capture Lord Arthur and find out the secret of why clones could not have souls from Lord Arthur. However, this was obviously unrealistic, let alone capturing Lord Arthur. It was almost impossible to even meet Lord Arthur. As such, the Institute of Immortality could only target General David, who was slightly easier to capture. This was also the reason why they kidnapped Emma. Director Hench did not care about what happened before, including the destruction of the 3 major corporations. He only cared about the results. General David had indeed come to the Institute of Immortality. That was enough. As for the matter of David and Lord Arthur being the same person, Director Hench still did not believe it. One was a general of the Federation, a war hero, and the other was the #1 knight of the great world of God. How could they be the same person? Director Hench believed that the two were related by blood, which was why they had the same peerless talent. When David saw Director Hench's excited expression, he could not help but be speechless. Could Director Hench really deal with him with this little bit of combat power? Director Hench, come here. I have something to ask you, David said as he waved his hand. Although Director Hench was not a battle-type level 5 bishop, his mind was still at level 5. With a divine longsword, he could easily threaten a level 5 temple knight. However, when David waved his hand, Director Hench suddenly lost control of the divine longsword. Director Hench watched as the divine longsword flew into David's hand. David gently waved it twice. The divine longsword had already been recognized by Director Hench as its master. No matter how much it struggled, it could not budge in the slightest from David's hand. After the divine longsword flew into David's hand, a force wrapped around Director Hench, and his body involuntarily flew towards David. Attack! Director Hench ordered the 12 level 4 Sky Knight. The 12 level 4 Sky Knight did not even move. At such a close distance, the mental suppression of a peak legendary rank was something that even a weaker level 5 Temple Knight would not be able to resist, let alone a level 4 Sky Knight. Director Hench stood in front of David, and David looked at him with a smile. Who the hell are you? Director Hench was now 100% sure that the person in front of him was not as simple as General David. It was impossible for the Interstellar Federation to have such a powerful individual. Even the clone Knight bloodline clones that possessed the Knight bloodline were only able to grow continuously with the help of limitless resources. In an environment like the Interstellar Federation, No amount of resources could create an existence like David. Chief Hinch didn't know how powerful David was, but as long as he thought about how David was able to control 12 level 4 Sky Knights and grab him a level 5 bishop, he knew that David's power had long exceeded his imagination. You took my blood from the Guardian planet and cloned 5 of me. Now you're asking who I am? David asked indifferently. Impossible. You are Lord Arthur? Director Hinch was really shocked. He had thought of many possibilities, but this was the most impossible one. I am Lord Arthur, and I am also General David. It's just 2 identities. What's so strange about that? David admitted. No wonder the cloned face is David's. There's no problem with my cloning. Director Hinch mumbled. Professor Leith also looked at David from head to toe, as if he wanted to cut him up for research. I'm curious. How did you clone my body? David asked with a smile. Director Hinch and Professor Leith both thought of the information about Lord Arthur. One of them was that Lord Arthur was a researcher in the Federation, and the Institute of Immortality even paid attention to this genius researcher, Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur, do you know why the Institute of Immortality was established? Director Hinch calmed himself down and asked. As a researcher, Director Hinch had actually forgotten about his original identity as a level 5 bishop. Research was more important to him than anything else. Even though Director Hinch knew that his life was out of his control, he still wanted to talk about his research and find out the unknown. David did not answer. He motioned for Director Hinch to continue. Although the Institute of Immortality was established by the Surcharge Syndicate, Abu Dhabi, and the Stearns Consortium, the reason for its establishment was because of a broken corpse. Director Hinch's eyes were shining as he spoke. That's the body of a god that invaded the Interstellar Federation. The divine artifact in your hand belonged to that god. Unfortunately, this god was eventually killed by a concentrated attack from space weapons, and the remaining parts of his body fell into the hands of the Federation's researchers. I don't know what methods the 3 consortiums used, but they obtained half of the god's broken body and the divine artifact. With that as the foundation, they established the Institute of Immortality and used the divine artifact to research the mystery of immortality. Before we obtained your blood, our research went through thousands of years and the efforts of dozens of generations of researchers. This is the most cutting-edge research, the research to break through the shackles of life. We only needed an opportunity, and your blood was that opportunity. We used the divine artifact as the base energy to clone 5 clones of you. However, we don't know why the 5 clones didn't have souls. For this reason, we wanted to capture General David, who looked similar to you. Director Hinch explained everything in one breath. So that's how it is. David nodded. He agreed with this explanation. Lord Arthur, can you tell me what kind of body your body is? Why is it able to withstand the energy of the divine artifact? You must know that we have used countless life forms to clone, including transcendent life forms and the Zerg, but all of them failed. Director Hinch looked at David with a longing look. You should know that if you know this, there's no way you'll survive. David said calmly. Please tell me. Director Hinch said loudly. Professor Leith also had the same expression. They were willing to die for the sake of their research. David was also a researcher. He answered Director Hinch and Professor Leith's question. My body is the body of a giant dragon called the Black Dragon. It's currently at the peak of its infancy. The body of a giant dragon, the legendary body of a giant dragon, a powerful race that ruled an era. I knew it, other than the body of a giant dragon. No other body could be this powerful, Director Hinch said with satisfaction. Any last words? Although David agreed with Director Hinch's spirit, he would not let him go. In fact, he would not let the entire Institute of Immortality go. I hope you won't destroy the 5 clones. This is my only request. These are 5 beings that are close to the realm of gods. Director Hinch looked at the 5 cultivation tanks and begged. I promise you, David replied in a deep voice. Thank you. Director Hinch let out a long sigh of relief. David's mind moved, and the legendary rank Blade Domain was activated. He was giving Director Hinch the best treatment. He was sending Director Hench away with his legendary rank domain. Blades appeared in every corner of the Institute of Immortality. Every life form was the target of the blades. In just one breath of time, all the staff and security of the Institute of Immortality were dead. They did not even understand what had happened before they died. The shadow attendant flew out and absorbed all the souls. David reached out and put Director Hench's body into his portal pendant. He then looked at the 5 cultivation tanks. Chapter 10:15. David was feeling very conflicted. He had never had a child in both his previous and current lives, but the 5 bodies in these 5 incubation tanks were like a part of him. He couldn't help but be amazed by Director Hench's ability. Of course, this might not only be the work of Director Hench alone, but also the Institute of Immortality's unremitting research on the divine body over the past 1,000 years. It was the work of countless unknown genius researchers day and night. David wasn't worried that the Institute of Immortality's research results would be lost. All the research data was stored in the cube's super artificial intelligence system, waiting for him to look at it himself when he had the time or organize a new research institute to open it. Alexis, take a look at the condition of these 5 bodies. What do you think? David asked Black Dragon Alexis, who was hidden in the Divine Artifact space card through the Master Servant contract. Black Dragon Alexis saw the 5 incubation tanks and the 5 bodies in them through David's senses. How is this possible? Black Dragon Alexis exclaimed, which was a rare occurrence. He saw 5 young black dragon bodies without souls, and they were in the same humanoid state as David. They were almost identical copies of David without any cultivation. The giant dragon's fertility was extremely low. In order to increase their fertility, the giant dragons had tried many methods. The large number of false dragons and creatures with giant dragon blood were all failed products of the giant dragon's experiments. But today, Black Dragon Alexis saw 5 young black dragon bodies in front of him. Although they didn't have souls, the black dragon blood in them was extremely pure, exactly the same as David's. How was this done? Black Dragon Alexis asked excitedly. If this method could be replicated, then Black Dragon Alexis could imagine the possibility of creating a new giant dragon race. I still need to research the details, but I know what the raw materials of these 5 bodies are. David didn't know why the Black Dragon Alexis was so excited, but he knew that the Black Dragon Alexis was excited for nothing. The Black Dragon Alexis saw that David still did not understand the importance of this technology and reminded him, no matter what the raw material is, as long as it can be done, it can completely allow a divine life form to replicate its own descendants and even form a race with its own bloodline. The raw material is the divine body of a deity. I'm afraid that even if this technology can be realized, it won't be able to be popularized. David poured cold water on the excited Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was stunned. Then, it shook its head with a bitter smile in the Divine Artifact space card. Yes, if one wanted to replicate a divine life form, without a divine life form as the raw material, how could one replicate a divine life form? Killing a divine life form, obtaining a divine body to replicate a divine life form, and further research on how to let a divine life form possess a soul. Then, the divine life form would be able to improve its own strength through cultivation until it became a true divine life form. The resources obtained would probably not be enough to cover the initial losses from killing a divine life form. A divine life form was not so easy to kill, and a divine body was even more difficult to obtain. Doing all this just to obtain a divine life form without a soul was not worth it. Alexis, what I want to see is if there are any hidden dangers in these 5 bodies. David asked aloud. The Black Dragon Alexis put away its thoughts and scanned the 5 bodies through David's mind. Its research on black dragon larvae was much better than David's, so David asked for its help. David was preparing to cultivate these 5 bodies, and the prerequisite was that these 5 bodies had to be worth cultivating. The Black Dragon Alexis checked for a while and replied with certainty. There are no problems with these 5 bodies. It should be said that they are as perfect as your body, except that they don't have a soul. Good. Looks like they're worth cultivating, David said with a smile on his face. David's mind entered the small world of the soul space. Among the 141 level 5 soul avatars, he chose 5 level 5 soul avatars that belonged to a level 5 temple knight and guided them into the 5 bodies. The reason why the Institute of Immortality could not transfer souls into these 5 bodies before was because these 5 bodies were black dragon larvae. Without a corresponding powerful soul, these bodies would automatically destroy themselves once they entered. The Institute of Immortality estimated that the strongest soul that could be activated would only be a level 4 soul, unless Director Hench contributed his own soul. However, it was hard to say whether it would be compatible with David's clones. The 5 level 5 soul avatars that David placed were all assimilated by himself and had the aura of his original body. After the level 5 soul avatars entered David's clones and felt the same soul aura, not only did they not reject the entry of the soul avatars, but they also took the initiative to merge with the level 5 soul avatars. Unlike the other level 5, legendary, and demigod avatars, these 5 clones made David feel extremely close to him, just like his original body. The 5 clones opened the doors of the cultivation tanks and walked out. David took out 5 space rings from his space pendant and threw them to them. They took the space rings and put them on their fingers, then automatically changed into a set of Federation clothes. The 5 cloned avatars were completely controlled by David, and the cloned avatars had yet to cultivate. David tested the strength and speed of the clones, and found that they had the strength of a level 4 Sky Knight without any training. He could not help but click his tongue. This was the true terror of a god-tier life form. These 5 clones could only be considered to be in their infancy state, but the strength of these infancy god-tier life forms was already equivalent to a level 4 Sky Knight. Not only were their strength and speed equivalent to a level 4 Sky Knight, but their defense was also comparable to a level 4 insectoid. David recalled how he struggled in the Interstellar Federation back then, risking his life on Warstar just to increase his strength. If he had not gone to the great world of God, his strength might have only reached the peak of level 3 at most. However, these 5 clones had just been cloned, and they already had the strength of a level 4 without any training. This made him sigh in his heart. However, David thought about it again. These 5 clones were the clones of his current body, so there was nothing for him to sigh about. He scanned the 5 clones with his mind, and they were stored in the death space of the Divine Artifact space card. They automatically began to train in the Black Dragon slumber. After dealing with the 5 clones, David began to size up the Divine Artifact longsword. His mind entered the Divine Artifact longsword. Since Director Hench had died, the Divine Artifact longsword had lost its master recognition, allowing him to easily enter it. In fact, even if the master of the Divine Artifact longsword was not dead, David had plenty of experience in breaking a divine artifact that was far away from its master. His mind found the master recognition rune, and he left a trace of his mind in the master recognition rune. The Divine Artifact longsword had a new master. After becoming the master of the Divine Artifact longsword, David also received information about the Divine Artifact longsword. However, the name of the Divine Artifact longsword still surprised him. This Divine Artifact longsword was called the Knight's Battle Sword, a Divine Artifact longsword with the name Knight in its name. David had never seen any records about this in books. One must know that the books he obtained were the inheritance books of many top nobles and great nobles. There was no record of this in these books. Either this part of history was forgotten, or someone erased this part of history. David believed that the biggest possibility was that someone erased this part of history, and the only ones who could do this were the 5 shrines. He even thought that there was a high possibility that the god who died after entering the Interstellar Federation was a knight who successfully broke through and became a god. David thought to himself as he gently waved the Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword in his hand. The Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword changed its size and style according to his will. It changed from a light long sword to a heavy sword, from a normal person's size to a giant battle sword that was 10 meters long. This was normal. The body of a god was usually very big, and it would grow bigger with the burst of power. The divine artifact carried by a god would have the ability to change its size at will. Otherwise, it would not be able to participate in a god's battle. Even David's divine artifact, the death god's chains, was the same. When David first saw the divine artifact, the death god's chains were chained to the body of the black dragon Alexis. From this, one could see how large the death god's chains were. However, although the Reaper's chain was extremely powerful, it was not particularly suitable for David's fighting style. This was because the Reaper's chain was more of a support function. It could not be used as a powerful attack against opponents of the same level. After David reached the peak of the legendary rank, he did not have a suitable weapon. As a legend who was good at close combat, he lacked a weapon that matched his strength. The divine artifact Knight's battle sword made up for this shortcoming. He got the weapon he wanted the most, which greatly improved his close combat ability. The divine artifact Knight's battle sword was a close combat divine artifact. Its main function was not to change its shape and size. Its main function was to be sharp. There were faint runes floating on the sword. David could recognize that these were the runes of sharpness. The divine artifact Knight's battle sword did not have any other runes. It specialized in sharpness. Of course, the divine artifact Knight's battle sword was extremely sturdy. Although he could not recognize the material used to forge it, he could feel how sturdy the sword was just by touching it with his finger. As a Grandmaster forger, even if David could not forge a divine artifact, he could still judge the quality of a divine artifact's material. David was sure that the divine artifact Knight's material was better than the Reaper's chain. Perhaps the divine artifact Knight's material came from the support of the 5 shrines. Fortunately, the divine artifact Knight's battle sword could change its shape at will. Otherwise, he would not dare to use the Knight's battle sword in battle. He could not be sure if this divine artifact was related to the shrines. David changed the divine artifact Knight's battle sword into an ordinary level 5 light longsword and put it back into the scabbard. He needed to accumulate the power of the legendary talent, Fatal Strike. With the power of the divine artifact Knight's battle sword, the power of this strike would be enough to threaten a demigod. After doing all this, David began to walk towards the core of the Institute of Immortality. Soon, he was standing next to the cube's super AI system. The wall in front of him was forcibly broken by him. David used his will to disconnect all the external connections of the cube's super AI system. He did not turn off the cube's super AI system. Instead, he wrapped the cube's super AI system with his will and put it into the divine artifact portal card. The reason he did not turn off the cube's super AI system was because he did not want to destroy the data stored in the cube's super AI system. Although the possibility of the data being damaged was very low, he was not going to take the risk. His will entered the cube's super AI system in the divine artifact portal card and looked at the results of this trip in the database. David saw a large number of cloning research results. Many of these studies were extremely crazy. Human experiments and even crueler experiments were commonplace in the Institute of Immortality. It was because of this environment where there was no bottom line that a large number of extreme research results were produced, using extracts from human embryos to extend the lifespan of humans, combining the genes of insectoids and humans to improve the physique of humans. These kinds of studies that were beyond the law and imagination could be seen everywhere in the records. Just by looking at these research records, David could imagine that this place was hell on earth for the researchers. This time, David did not encounter any crazy research. On one hand, the Institute of Immortality's full attention was focused on David's clone. On the other hand, because David might come after them, some unnecessary research was temporarily put on hold. Otherwise, it was very likely that after scanning with his will, he could not help but destroy the entire Institute of Immortality without interrogating them. David found the research notes on his cloning. After roughly skimming through them, he knew that this cloning technology was difficult to replicate. He did not continue to look. After satisfying his curiosity a little, he retracted his will. David then went to another core warehouse. There were all kinds of research materials and treasures of the Institute of Immortality stored there. Of course, he did not let go of the research equipment here. Wherever his will scanned, all kinds of research equipment were put into the dimensional pendant. For someone like David, who had the ability to conduct research at the Grandmaster level, these research equipment were all great toys. Even he had only heard of many of the research equipment before. With this batch of research equipment, David could completely replicate a top Federation research institute on Gammy. Some of his previous ideas could also be tested in the Research Institute. In the future, the knowledge obtained from the Cube's super AI system would have a place to continue research. Therefore, David did not hold back along the way. He did not let go of any valuable equipment. Chapter 10:16. David arrived in front of the warehouse. Without the Cube's super AI, the sealed door of the warehouse had lost its function. He pushed open the door and walked in. There were rows of shelves in the huge warehouse. There were all kinds of materials on them, and the names of the materials were in front of them. Some materials that needed to be preserved in a special environment were stored in cold storage, sealed, or soaked in water. David's eyes lit up when he saw the materials. It was so comprehensive. The three super consortiums had spared no effort in helping the Immortal Research Institute for thousands of years, and the Immortal Research Institute's own material acquisition channels had allowed the Immortal Research Institute to store the most comprehensive materials. When David arrived, the Institute of Immortality had the most materials. All the materials from the 5 branches had been moved here. David scanned the materials with his power and put them all into his dimension pendant. He didn't need to worry about the storage conditions of the materials. Everything in the dimension pendant was in a static state. The warehouse was very big, and David was very interested. He collected the materials as he walked. When he came across some extremely rare materials, he would stop and check them out. He walked past the warehouse and came to the interior. He saw a safety door made of 3rd-grade materials. This door had its own security system, and it was still locked. David stepped forward and activated his talent ability, Space Dash, and directly entered the safety room behind the door. There was no air in the safety room. The ground was densely covered with contact alarms, and the walls were painted with isolation patterns. It was obvious that the Institute of Immortality valued this place. David didn't touch the ground. He floated in the air and looked at the transparent culture tank in the center of the room. There was a small piece of tissue in the center of the culture tank. There were many thin wires connected to the tissue. David carefully came to the culture tank and looked at the small piece of tissue. He had seen the introduction of this place from the Cube's super AI. That small piece of tissue was the last remnant of the god's body. The Institute of Immortality used the Federation's biotechnology to use energy and special nutritional formulas to allow the small piece of the god's body to self-reproduce. That was how the Institute of Immortality was able to replicate the 5 David clones. Originally, according to the amount of God's body that the Institute of Immortality had obtained, after countless studies, it was no longer enough for one clone. The Institute of Immortality, on the other hand, had successfully cultivated the remaining body parts of the gods, increasing the number of body parts. However, the divine body tissue that had been accumulated for thousands of years was almost completely used up after creating David's clone. If he wanted to increase the number of small pieces of tissue here, it would take a long time to cultivate each gram. David carefully put the entire culture tank, including the energy supply system, into the divine dimensional card. This technology was also the best. It was estimated that other than the Institute of Immortality, there were no other research institutions in the Federation that had achieved results in the study of gods. The divine body tissue was useless to David, but in the future, he could use this technology to find a better way to form a divine body. Of course, David wasn't going to produce divine body tissue like the Institute of Immortality because he had seen the nutritional formula. Unless he had lost his basic morals, he wouldn't use this method to cultivate divine body tissue. David didn't think he was a good person, but he wouldn't break his principles. His gaze landed on the last item in the safe room. It was a broken piece of armor. The reason why this broken armor was placed here was because this broken armor belonged to this god. It was collected together with the divine weapon Knight's battle sword. However, the armor was really broken. It only retained its general shape. There was a huge hole in the center of the armor and many small holes around it. It showed how terrible the attack was. David reached out and summoned the broken armor. He was a little confused. From the material of the armor, it was definitely a divine weapon, but why hadn't it repaired itself after such a long time? The biggest characteristic of a divine weapon was its self-repair ability. When a god wanted to create a divine weapon, he needed to prepare the divine material. After this divine material was formed, it would have a strong memory. As long as the divine weapon was damaged, it would slowly absorb energy to repair itself. This self-repair also depended on the degree of damage. Some took longer, some took shorter. However, the divine weapon in front of him didn't show any signs of repair, which made David a little curious. He scanned the broken armor with his mind. Immediately, a strange expression appeared on his face, because David saw some marks on the broken armor, and these marks seemed to be the broken armor missing a part of its interior. He was very familiar with these marks. He waved his hand, and a special strength enhancement device appeared in his hand. David got this from Dean Constable of the Federation Research Institute. At that time, this special strength enhancement device increased his strength by more than 10 times. It provided him with a very strong increase in strength. However, as his strength increased, this special strength enhancement device slowly lost its effect. If he didn't see the marks on the broken armor, he would have forgotten about the special strength enhancement device's existence. He placed the special strength enhancement device inside the broken armor. It overlapped with the marks there. With a click sound, the special strength-enhancing device and the broken armor merged into one. David was overjoyed. He knew that his guess was right. The reason this broken armor didn't self-repair was because it was missing a part. Perhaps in that battle, when the god fell, the divine armor had split into two. One part was the broken armor, and the other part was the special power-increasing device. The Interstellar Federation developed the exoskeleton armor based on the special strength enhancement device, which greatly increased the Federation's personal combat ability. Now, David had brought this special strength enhancement device to the broken armor and combined the two into one, turning the broken armor into a complete divine artifact armor. The divine weapon armor emitted a strange wave. The energy of the outside world was absorbed, and a faint light appeared on the divine weapon armor. However, the energy in the Interstellar Federation was too thin. The process of repairing the divine weapon armor was very slow. It was almost impossible to see the divine weapon armor repairing with the naked eye. David took the divine weapon armor and activated Space Dash. After many teleportations, he arrived at the energy supply center of the Institute of Immortality. There were several sets of Krypton crystal engines here. They activated the energy inside the Krypton crystals to supply the Institute of Immortality. He placed the divine weapon armor on the Krypton crystal engine and let it absorb the energy produced by the engine. This time, the light on the divine weapon armor was a bit dazzling. The Krypton crystal engine lost a lot of energy, so the engine increased its energy production. The divine weapon armor was quickly repaired. After 10 minutes, a complete knight armor appeared in front of David. David also entered the divine weapon armor with his mind and made it recognize him as its master. After the recognition, he received the name of the divine weapon knight armor. The divine weapon knight armor was a divine weapon that focused on defense. Other than the fact that it could change shape and size, its main function was its sturdiness. Without the support of divine power, it could reach the defense of a demigod. Once it had the support of divine power, the divine weapon knight armor's defense was considered good among the gods. David moved his mind, and the divine weapon knight armor appeared on his body. It also changed into the Federation's military uniform. Anyone who saw the federal military uniform in this form would probably not associate it with a knight's armor, let alone a divine knight's armor. David did not expect to gain so much from the Institute of Immortality. With 2 divine weapons, even if he became a god, he would not have to worry about equipment. He looked at his ID bracelet and found that it was time for him to leave. David summoned the Silver Pterosaur, and the Silver Pterosaur used its invisibility talent to silently take him away from the Institute of Immortality. It was not until a few days later that someone found out that the Institute of Immortality was full of corpses and that everything inside had been emptied. After David left the planet where the Institute of Immortality was located, he took out his destroyer. This was the vehicle that the military had given him. At this time, he no longer needed to hide. This destroyer that represented his identity. When approaching the space portal, his location was known by the military. Through the space portal, the destroyer came to the military space portal near the planet of origin. This was very close to the planet of origin. The military space portal seemed to have received the news of General David's arrival. When the destroyer appeared, all the warships stationed here lit up their signal lights. This was an extremely grand welcome. David controlled Keats to respond to the signal lights and thanked the fleet for their welcome. It was only a few hours from here to the planet of origin. Of course, the military space portal was not something that anyone could use. It could only be used with the permission of the Federal High Command. This was also the reason why David used the military destroyer. Only this destroyer had the authority to use the military space portal. Those warships without identification would be destroyed as soon as they appeared. Under the protection of 2 military warships, the destroyer flew towards the planet of origin. It was more of an accompaniment than protection. Perhaps there was a monitoring role, but no matter what, there was no malicious intent. The destroyer stopped at the spaceport. David changed to a military landing ship at the spaceport and landed on the planet of origin. This time, it was the Federal High Command's special landing ship that came to pick him up. After a lot of identification, the landing ship stopped at the Federal High Command's airport. David walked down from the landing ship. The first person he saw was Jekyll's adjutant. General David, the Grand Marshal has stopped all other work and is waiting for you. Jekyll's adjutant said with a salute. Adjutant Jekyll, please take me there. David smiled and returned the salute. David walked into the Federal High Command. Every soldier he passed, no matter what rank they were, took the initiative to salute him. Their eyes were filled with admiration. There were many legends about General David, but his recent actions made his reputation soar. He single-handedly destroyed 3 super consortiums. This kind of strength made the rest of the Federation soldiers feel proud, especially because of Grand Marshal Andre's orders. David was equivalent to Grand Marshal Andre's direct subordinate. David was also considered a soldier of the Federal High Command. This made the soldiers of the Federal High Command even more proud. In this atmosphere, David walked into the Grand Marshal's office. Grand Marshal Andre looked at David, who walked into the office, and a helpless look flashed in his eyes. This was his most capable subordinate, but also the one he couldn't control the most. His unparalleled combat power was like a sharp sword. He could use it to stab the enemy, but he could also hurt himself if he wasn't careful. Sit down. Grand Marshal Andre waved his hand. David thanked him and sat down. Jekyll's adjutant served tea and left. David, this conversation isn't a formal one. I want to ask what you think. Grand Marshal Andre pondered for a moment and said, Grand Marshal, please speak. David looked at Grand Marshal Andre and said with a smile. He knew that his actions had made Grand Marshal Andre worried. The strength he displayed would make anyone in power feel uneasy. In a world like the Federation, where the highest combat power was the transcendent, a powerful existence that could easily destroy many transcendent forces and ignore super consortiums would be a nightmare for anyone in power. If David didn't have a close relationship with Grand Marshal Andre, David believed that the military would have taken action against him. This conversation might be a heart-to-heart talk in this regard. David was also prepared to tell Grand Marshal Andre some of his thoughts. Do you want to command an army or become my special representative to go to the front lines? Grand Marshal Andre asked. Grand Marshal Andre's question was actually asking David's choice. Choosing to command an army meant that David had strong ambitions in the military. Choosing to become a special representative meant giving up power and becoming a sole military force. With David's current influence, once he took control of an army, he would quickly become one of the military's giants and inevitably fall into a power struggle. However, Grand Marshal Andre was most afraid of this situation. With David's style of doing things, the power struggle in the military would directly escalate and cause a large number of deaths. Grand Marshal Andre didn't want such a situation to happen in the military after seeing how David dealt with his enemies. I hope to go to the front lines as a special representative. Let me continue my seclusion after the war ends. I have no interest in the military's power. I only want to improve my own strength. David replied without hesitation. I agree with your wishes. You will go to the Guardian Planet as a commissioner of the Federal High Command. However, remember, I'm not sending you to the Guardian Planet to risk your life. Your role is to boost the military's morale. The great world of God's Knight is in charge of close combat. You won't be needed, Grand Marshal Andre said with a smile. Chapter 1017. David's identity bracelet had an additional position as a Federal High Command Commissioner. He would represent the Federal High Command to the front line of the great world of God and engage in a 3-month battle. According to the federal military regulations, combat troops would take 3-month shifts under certain circumstances. The Federal High Command's arrangement was also in accordance with the federal military regulations. Of course, considering that David had just finished a long period of seclusion, Grand Marshal Andre gave David ample time. He only needed to reach the great world of God's Guardian Planet within a month. With such a relaxed schedule, David naturally had time to deal with some of his own matters. After David left the Federal High Command, Grand Marshal Andre's worries were swept away. A military powerhouse who focused on training, no matter how strong he was, would only be beneficial to the military. There would not be any negative consequences. In fact, for a period of time, Grand Marshal Andre wanted to train David to become the leader of the military. However, David's way of doing things made him give up on the idea. David returned to the spaceport and switched to his own destroyer. Through the military space portal, he directly teleported to the Elydius sector. He found his target near the nearest star to the Elydius sector's space portal. It was an uninhabited planet with an extremely harsh environment. This uninhabited planet was only 5 hours away from the Elydius sector's space portal and 20 hours away from Lunka Planet. This was based on the speed of the Federation spaceship. If David were to travel at full speed, the former could be controlled within an hour, while the latter could be controlled for 4 hours. The main reason David chose this planet was because of its excellent location and the fact that no one would be able to get close to it. The uninhabited planet Owl 1187 was a planet whose surface was full of volcanoes, magma, and poisonous gases. Owl 1187 was somewhat close to the star, which was slowly expanding. The distance between Owl 1187 and the star was also slowly closing. This was a galaxy that was heading towards its end. Of course, there were still hundreds of millions of years before the destruction of the galaxy. David didn't have to worry about the destruction of Owl 1187. David put away the destroyer. Even with the destroyer's defenses, landing on the planet would be troublesome. There were all kinds of electromagnetic interference on the surface of the planet, as well as fluctuations caused by the constant eruption of the star. If the shield was not activated, a large number of equipment would be damaged if the destroyer approached. Even if the barrier was activated, it would consume a large amount of energy, and it could only be maintained for a limited time. Therefore, David didn't take a warship. He flew to the surface of Owl 1187 alone and hovered above a volcano. He covered the area with his mind. It was obvious that the natural environment here had a great impact on the mind, greatly reducing the range of his mind's coverage. David nodded with satisfaction. The harsh environment here was nothing to him. All kinds of scanning and reconnaissance would be disturbed, making this the most satisfactory choice of space coordinates for him. It wasn't that he didn't think of placing the space coordinates on administrative planets or planets under his control. Pawa, 15 Aoife, and 66 Bouchard had all become David's private planets and were taken over by the Tordo Fund. However, once the space coordinates were established, every teleportation would generate teleportation energy. Perhaps on any planet in the great world of God. Unless it was too close to the shrines, no one would be able to sense it. However, on the Interstellar Federation, there were many kinds of scanning devices that could detect abnormal changes in the teleportation energy at any time, and the Skynet on the planet would automatically record these situations. David didn't want this kind of hidden danger to exist, and he wasn't prepared to let anyone know that he had this ability. The advantage of AL 1187 was that its atmosphere was extremely thin, and all the gases were harmful, coupled with the fact that it was densely covered with volcanoes and magma. AL 1187 didn't have any value to speak of. However, AL 1187 was close to the space portal, and transportation was extremely convenient. These were all advantages. David descended towards AL 1187, and at the same time activated his underground sneak talent ability. His body dived into the volcano. He searched underground for a while and found a relatively stable and thick rock layer. He then opened up an underground space inside the rock layer. David used divine runes and a large number of materials to reinforce the underground space, ensuring that even if this underground space were to suffer from strong earthquake or other extreme damage, it wouldn't be affected. After doing all this, he activated his spatial coordinates talent ability and prepared to fix the last coordinate in this underground space. Just as David was about to open the spatial coordinates to connect to the great world of God's safety point, he found that due to the suppression of the world's rules, the spatial energy in the spatial pattern that his spatial coordinates used had obviously exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately spread out his energy wings, shielding himself from the suppression of the world's rules, and successfully opened the wormhole. David looked at the wormhole, and his eyes flashed with joy. He had finally established spatial coordinates in all three worlds, which allowed him to freely travel between the three worlds. He also discovered the powerful effect of the energy wings, which allowed him to have the highest combat power in all three worlds without being suppressed by the world's rules. He didn't immediately enter the wormhole, but instead summoned Ironside's level 5 Bishop Avatar. Another reason why David chose this place as the Interstellar Federation safety point was because of Ironside's level 5 Bishop Avatar. 1187's environment was just right for Ironside's level 5 Bishop Avatar. 1187's scorching environment was a hellish environment for others, but for Ironside's level 5 Bishop Avatar, who had the body of flame, this place was not only suitable for survival and training, it was also beneficial for him to fight. On this planet, Ironside's rank 5 Bishop Avatar's combat power would be greatly increased. On the other hand, the enemies who came here would be affected by the environment, which was extremely advantageous for him. Of course, Ironside's level 5 Bishop Avatar, who was hiding in the Interstellar Federation's safety point, would have very few opportunities to fight. The biggest reason he stayed here was that if this safety point was accidentally discovered, David would be the first to know and move to the safety point. After leaving Ironside's level 5 Bishop Avatar behind, David stepped out and entered the wormhole. When he reappeared, he was already in the great world of God's safety point, which was 500 meters below Kami Planet. Previously, in order to secretly enter the Interstellar Federation, he used a lot of connections and used all kinds of methods to safely enter the Interstellar Federation. Now, he could easily cross worlds in one step. David sighed in his heart at the power of this space talent ability and returned to the Interstellar Federation's safety point. It was safer here, and he reached out his hand to summon the Shadow Attendant. The soul energy he obtained this time was probably not enough for the Black Dragon Alexis. It was only the soul energy of a level 5 bishop, and the rest of a level 4 Sky Knight were inferior products. The soul energy was far less than a level 4. However, David was very curious about Director Hench's talent ability as a level 5 bishop. Director Hench was a level 5 bishop, and yet he was able to make such achievements in the Interstellar Federation. There must be some kind of special talent supporting him. David had also done some research in the Interstellar Federation for a period of time, so he knew very well how complicated the research in the Interstellar Federation was. The people of the Federation learned the scientific knowledge of the Federation from a young age. From these people of the Federation, very few elites with the talent for research were selected. After a long period of work and study, they could achieve a certain level of research achievement. Other than a special existence like David, who quickly grasped the research ability through the knowledge light ball, Director Hench, who was not from the Federation, was not the only one who could become a top researcher through self-learning. It was also a rare occurrence in 100 years. Director Hench had been learning the knowledge system of the great world of God since he was young, and it was very difficult for him to accept and delve into the knowledge system of another world. David first absorbed Director Hench's level 5 soul from the shadow attendant's body into his small soul dimension. After assimilation, it could be said to have replenished the soul avatars he had used before, so he now had a total of 137 soul avatars. Then he had the shadow attendant display the knowledge light balls he had obtained this time. He saw as many as 6 Grandmaster level research knowledge light balls. From this alone, he could tell that the Institute of Immortality had at least 6 Grandmaster level researchers. No wonder the Institute of Immortality was the top research institute in the Interstellar Federation. Just the number of Grandmaster level researchers alone was far more than any other research institute. One must know that a Grandmaster level researcher was a core member of any research institute. David sighed in his heart and looked at the other knowledge light ball that belonged to Director Hench. Brainstorm, talent, knowledge light ball, this was a spiritual type talent ability. This type of talent ability was extremely rare. Perhaps it was because this type of non-combat type talent ability had a very low chance of being developed. Without a certain level of combat ability, it was impossible to stand out among the fierce competition of evil God believers and become the final winner. For Director Hench to become a level 5 bishop was a miracle in David's eyes. David ordered the shadow attendant to guide the brainstorm, talent, knowledge light ball into his small soul dimension. After the brainstorm, talent, knowledge light ball entered his small soul dimension, it immediately turned into a brainstorm pattern and floated in the center of the small soul dimension. His mind came in contact with the brainstorm pattern, and he immediately understood the details of the brainstorm spiritual type talent ability. The brainstorm spiritual type talent ability could double the speed of one's thoughts for a short period of time. Of course, the price of activating the brainstorm talent ability was to burn one's own mind. The brainstorm talent ability didn't seem like much, but it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. The speed of a person's mind would increase with the strength of their mind. This made people with strong minds far surpass ordinary people in terms of understanding, analysis, memory, judgment, and even prediction and danger perception. Even if the speed of thinking was increased by 1%, the spark of inspiration could have a decisive effect on research, not to mention doubling the speed of thinking. It was no wonder that Director Hench could become the director of the Institute of Immortality. With the brainstorm talent ability, he would definitely have a lot of results in his research. David tried to activate his innate ability, Thoughtstorm. His mind was extremely vast, but after activating the innate ability, Thoughtstorm, his 137 soul avatars accelerated together with his main soul. His mind was clear, and he was thinking about how to deal with the 5 clones. Ideas appeared in his mind one after another, and many of them were like divine help. After just a short minute, David felt dizzy, and he quickly turned off the brainstorm talent ability. He realized that his mind had been consumed to the warning line, and his mind automatically sent out an alarm signal. David emptied his mind and rested for a while. Under the effect of his powerful soul, his mind quickly recovered, and soon his dizziness disappeared. He had a smile on his face. In just a short minute, Although the consumption of his mind was huge, he thought of the best way to make use of the 5 clones. David opened his energy wings again and chose the bug world's safe spot from the space coordinates. Then he mobilized the space energy from the space pattern in the small world of his soul, and a wormhole formed in front of him. He stepped into the wormhole, and when he reappeared, he was already in the bug world. It was different from when he was in the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. When he was in the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God, the power of faith around David was very limited. However, as soon as he entered the bug world, the power of faith rushed towards him like an ocean, and it forced the Emperor Inheritance pattern to operate. David didn't dare to let the Emperor Inheritance pattern continue to improve his body. If it did, he would become a demigod. His strength and speed rules hadn't formed a territory, so it wasn't worth it to break through under such circumstances. His mind moved, and the 5 clones in the Divine Artifact space card appear beside him. David and the 5 clones held hands to form a circle. When they held hands, their skin broke open and their blood connected. At this time, he and the 5 clones were one entity because their genes were the same, and they had the same black dragon bloodline. However, the 5 clones were very weak, and they weren't as strong as David's original body. No matter what, the 5 clones were still black dragon bodies. As long as their strength increased, their constitution would continue to improve. The Emperor Inheritance rune was activated, and it first found the weak areas of the owner's body, which were the bodies of the 5 clones. The power of faith was converted into divine power, and then the divine power was converted into energy to improve the constitution. Chapter 10:18. It wasn't that David hadn't thought of learning from the God-ranked insectoids and using the Emperor Inheritance rune to increase the strength of the 5th-ranked Temple Knights. However, the constitution of the level 5 Temple Knight was a big problem. It couldn't withstand the terrifying energy of the inheritance pattern. The Emperor Inheritance rune was created based on the bug race's constitution. All races with lower constitution than the bug race would self-destruct if they used the Emperor Inheritance rune. The 5 clones this time were very special. Because they used David's genes and the energy from the divine body, the clones completely replicated David's black dragon body. The black dragon body was much stronger than the bug tribe's constitution, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to withstand the energy of the inheritance pattern. If David hadn't used the Thought Storm talent ability, perhaps he would have transferred the Emperor rank inheritance rune to one of his clones. Then, the clones would follow the Emperor rank inheritance rune to operate on their own and convert the power of faith into divine power. The divine power would then transform their physique. David wasn't sure if the inheritance pattern would have any effect on his body after leaving it. Most importantly, he was at the peak of the legendary rank. Any violent movement of the energy in his body could cause unpredictable consequences. When he was in the thought storm state, he predicted that if the inheritance pattern was moved out of his body, there was a 1.2% chance that he would accidentally break through due to the loss of the inheritance pattern. The possibility was very low, but David didn't want to take the risk. Therefore, he thought of this solution under the effect of the thought storm state. The inheritance rune was activated, and the power of faith was converted into godly power. Even if it was divided into 5 parts, the power of the 5 clones would increase crazily. Of course, along with the crazy increase in strength, the clones' bodies were damaged. The terrifying energy washed through the clones' bodies, and wherever it went, it would also cause damage. The energy feather wings on David's back gently flapped, and waves of undying life force rushed to the clones, repairing the damage. Almost at the same time, the 5 clones broke through to level 5. Of course, this level 5 wasn't Knight or any other class, but the level 5 of the Black Dragon. The 5 clones didn't practice any other techniques. The only technique they practiced was the Black Dragon's hibernation, which was the Black Dragon's heritage technique. When the 5 clones reached level 5, with their improved constitution, The energy from the inheritance rune could no longer damage them. David wasn't surprised that they reached level 5 in such a short time. It had to be known that the 5 clones had the constitution of a level 4 even without training. Using the godly power from the Emperor Inheritance Rune, this kind of top-notch energy from many worlds, to increase the body constitution by 4 levels. As long as the body didn't explode, the effect would be extremely strong. Therefore, the process from level 4 to the peak of level 4 was achieved in a short time. As for the bottleneck from level 4 to level 5, it didn't exist at all. These were David's clones, and they were clones from when he was at the peak of the legendary rank. Whether it was in the genes or the hidden life code, they all had the mark of a peak legendary rank. Plus, the soul of the clones was David's soul, so they had his understanding of the realm. This allowed the 5 clones to reach the peak of the legendary stage, both physically and spiritually. David's entry into the Bug Tribe's world had once again attracted the attention of the 8 Emperor-level inheritance runes. This wasn't the first time the half-body Spider Emperor was disturbed. Last time, it went to find the Blade Mantis Emperor, but it was retaliated with words. This time, the situation repeated itself, which made the half-body Spider Emperor very angry. The power of faith in the entire Bug Tribe world would be distributed according to the rank of the Inheritance Rune. When Inheritance Rune left the Bug Tribe world, the power of faith that should be distributed would be transferred to the other 8 Inheritance Runes. During the process of the transfer of power of faith, the divine power generated by the inheritance pattern would also fluctuate. This fluctuation would make the Bug God level unable to control the energy accurately for a short period of time. Normally, it would be fine, but the half-body Spider Emperor was in the middle of a complicated puppet modification work. This time, the sudden appearance of the Imperial Inheritance pattern in the insectoid world caused its modification work to fail, and it lost an insectoid body that was extremely valuable for cultivation. The half-body Spider Emperor contacted the Blade Mantis Emperor remotely and shouted, "Blade Mantis Emperor, you randomly transferred the inheritance pattern and caused me to lose a demigod puppet. If you don't give me an explanation, we'll go to war." The Titan Golden Emperor interrupted, "Me too. I lost a piece of armor. Compensate me or go to war." In fact, the Titan Golden Emperor's loss was even greater than the half-body Spider Emperor's. The half-body Spider Emperor's loss was only a puppet, and even a demigod puppet's use was limited. However, the Titan Golden Emperor's loss was different. It was strengthening a piece of its golden armor. It was unlucky, or rather, the Blade Mantis Emperor was unlucky. At the most critical moment, David's entry into the bug world triggered a change in the power of faith of the inheritance pattern. The god-level bug race used all of their godly power to modify themselves. This made their bodies extremely strong. They didn't need any godly items because they were godly items themselves. Their teeth and claws were the sharpest offensive godly items, and their shells were the strongest defensive godly items. Now that the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor had lost a piece of its golden armor, it meant that its many years of hard work had gone to waste. The new golden armor would become its fatal weakness, and it would take many years of strengthening to make up for this piece of golden armor so that the defense of its entire body would be at the same level. The Blade Mantis Emperor was dumbfounded. Recently, it had been sending out scouts to investigate David's whereabouts. Unfortunately, David had already left the battlefield. The Blade Mantis Emperor had been waiting for an opportunity. It had dragged on the war because it wanted to wait for David to return to the battlefield. It had been preparing for a long time. As long as David appeared, it would be able to take back the inheritance pattern. However, before David could return, 2 Bug Tribe god-level existences came looking for trouble. The Blade Mantis Emperor didn't want to fight at all. In its current state, even if it got too close to the other god-level bugs, it would expose the fact that it had lost some of its power. When it came to compensation, it could find an assassin with potential to replace the demigod puppet of the Spider Emperor. At most, it would compensate some resources. However, it couldn't afford to compensate the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor. It was a part of the Titan Golden Emperor's godly body. It had been strengthened over a long period of time. The Blade Mantis Emperor could take a piece of its godly armor and give it to the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor wouldn't be able to match its own defense. However, the Blade Mantis Emperor was very smart. It knew that it couldn't let the two god-level bugs attack it at the same time. Therefore, it contacted the Spider Emperor in private first. Have Spider Emperor, all the assassin mantises that appear in the Blade Mantis clan in the next 500 years, regardless of bloodline, will be yours. Are you satisfied with this compensation? The Blade Mantis Emperor gave its conditions. 1,000 years. I want all the assassin mantises that appear in the Blade Mantis clan in the next 1,000 years. The Spider Emperor immediately added. The Blade Mantis Emperor's heart was bleeding, but it knew that it couldn't hesitate now. The most important thing was to get rid of the Spider Emperor as soon as possible. Okay, I agree. The Blade Mantis Emperor gritted its teeth and agreed. The Blade Mantis clan was an extremely powerful fighting race among the bugs. Among them, the assassin mantis was a rare, mutated species. Due to its small size, it could explode with powerful attacks. It was the best assassin and was very popular among the powerful bugs. If a king-level mutated assassin mantis appeared within 1,000 years, then the half-mantis emperor would only need to train for a period of time to have a demigod-level assassin mantis. When it exploded, it would have a terrifying attack power that could injure a god-level expert. The demigod-level assassin mantis was much stronger than the demigod-level puppet that the half-body spider emperor had lost. Although it was only in exchange for the possibility of 1,000 years, the half-body spider emperor was still very satisfied. According to the probability, there was a high chance that a king-level mutated assassin mantis would appear in the next 1,000 years. The Blade Mantis Emperor contacted the Titan Golden Armored Emperor after using a huge reward to get rid of the half-body Spider Emperor. Titan Golden Emperor, I am willing to accept you as my leader. I only hope that you will help me. The Blade Mantis Emperor said to the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor was a little surprised. Although it would be troublesome for the Blade Mantis Emperor to compensate him with a piece of golden armor, it wasn't to the extent that the Blade Mantis Emperor would side with him. One had to know that of the 9 Emperor-level inheritance runes, other than the Queen Mother who controlled the core region of the bug race and led the 8 God-level bugs, the other 8 God-level bugs were each in charge of a starfield. They were in a competitive relationship with each other. With the arrogance of the God-level bugs and their own racial characteristics, very few God-level bugs would band together, let alone submit to a leader. Blade Mantis Emperor, since you say so, I agree. Tell me, what is it? The Titan Golden Emperor said directly. There wasn't much deception between the bug race. Most of the time, they spoke whatever was on their mind. Politeness and modesty were extremely rare among the bug race. Help me capture a human and hand him over to me in one piece. The Blade Mantis Emperor said in a deep voice. That's simple. The Titan Golden Emperor was a little surprised. Perhaps for other god-level bugs, their strength would be greatly affected when they entered another world, but the Titan Golden Emperor was one of the few that would be affected the least. This was because the Titan Golden Emperor cultivated a pure bug body. He didn't have any special innate abilities. His biggest special innate ability was the Titan body, which could forcefully increase his strength. This was a god-level bug. The Titan Golden Armor race was known for their strength. After activating the Titan body, the Titan Golden Emperor could crush anyone of the same level in close combat. Without any special innate abilities or special energy, the suppression of the Otherworld's laws would be reduced to a very low level. The Titan Golden Emperor could even retain 70% of his combat strength. This was the combat strength of a god-level body in the overworld. He was truly invincible in the overworld. A killing machine like the Titan Golden Emperor would only be used at critical moments to deal a fatal blow to the otherworld. If it was used at the beginning of the invasion, it would be discovered by the invading world's gods, and they would find a way to deal with it. Titan Golden Emperor, if you agree, we will form a contract. The Blade Mantis Emperor didn't go into details and just said directly. The Titan Golden Emperor's credibility was extremely high. As long as he made a promise, He wouldn't go back on his word. This was extremely famous in the bug world. The Blade Mantis Emperor knew very well that David's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. In a short period of time, David had entered the bug world twice, and this was only the effect of entering the bug world twice. If this happened a few more times, the Blade Mantis Emperor wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, it needed to find the simplest and most direct solution, and the Titan Golden Emperor was the best one to use. If it succeeded, the Blade Mantis Emperor would be able to take back the Emperor Inheritance Rune. Although it had pledged allegiance to the Titan Golden Emperor, with the Titan Golden Emperor's personality, it wouldn't make things difficult for it. At most, its reputation would be damaged. If it failed, the Titan Golden Emperor would fall in the other world. The Blade Mantis Emperor would also have solved the problem of the Titan Golden Emperor, and the matter of compensation would be settled. "We have formed a contract," the Titan Golden Emperor agreed. When the Blade Mantis Emperor heard the Titan Golden Emperor's agreement, it let out a long sigh of relief and said, "This is the aura of that human. He stole my Emperor Inheritance Rune. I hope that when you bring this human back, you will bring the Emperor Inheritance Rune back as well." The Titan Golden Emperor finally understood the Blade Mantis Emperor's little scheme, but it didn't care. It only despised the Blade Mantis Emperor's incompetence. How could he lose his Emperor Inheritance Rune? The Titan Golden Emperor was also calculating the gains and losses in his heart. If he could bring back the Blade Mantis Emperor's Emperor Inheritance Rune, he could make the Blade Mantis Emperor become his helper. This was a very worthwhile deal. "Don't worry. I promised you that I will bring back this human and the Emperor Inheritance Rune in his body. However, I need you to give me accurate information about this human. I only have one chance," the Titan Golden Emperor said in a deep voice. Chapter 10:19. What David didn't know was that while he was helping the 5 clones cultivate, the 2 god-level insectoids had already reached an agreement. Some insectoids with special scouting abilities were also searching the insectoid world. The scouting insectoids that belonged to the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Titan Golden Emperor weren't searching for an Emperor Inheritance Rune. This was an absolute secret to the 2 god-level insectoids. The scouting insectoids of the 2 territories were scattered throughout the insectoid world. Their only mission was to find the scent of humans. There were no humans in the insectoid world. With the scouting insectoids' special sense of smell, as long as a human appeared in the insectoid world, the scouting insectoids' powerful sense of smell would be able to detect them from very far away. Of course, David didn't care even if he knew. After all, the spatial coordinates created by the space beetle were too safe. It was hidden in a spatial crack, and with David's isolation method, unless there was a god-level insectoid nearby, it would be impossible for them to discover this place. He didn't leave the spatial crack, so naturally, his scent wouldn't leak out. The strength of the 5 clones was still increasing. In 2 days, the 5 clones had reached the pinnacle of level 5. They were only a step away from the legendary rank. This step could be crossed in a second. David naturally couldn't let the 5 clones level up in the insectoid world. He continuously activated the 2 spatial coordinates of the Great World of God and the Interstellar Federation, opening 2 spatial wormholes. Under David's control, the 5 clones jumped through the 2 spatial wormholes at the same time. David himself also followed them back to the Great World of God. One of the clones jumped into the Interstellar Federation. In his opinion, a legendary rank in the Interstellar Federation was enough to crush everything. Not to mention a legendary rank. Even some of the stronger level 4s could wipe out all of the Interstellar Federation's powerhouses. As soon as this clone arrived at the Interstellar Federation's OW, 1187, its aura continuously increased. There was no hindrance to Shui Chu Cheng's advancement. In the underground of the Great World of God, the 4 clones had also begun to advance. With David's experience and the mark of the peak of the legendary rank in their bodies, the advancement of the legendary rank was completed without any hindrance. The 5 clones had reached the legendary stage, but David did not let them continue to improve because it was meaningless. Next, the clones needed to control the laws. Otherwise, no matter how much they improved, they would only be weak in the same realm. Alexis, do you have any suggestions for the training of my clones? David asked the black dragon Alexis, who had returned to his shoulder. The situation of the 5 clones was different from David's own. Although the clones had the foundation of David's body, that was only the foundation of the body. The body of a powerful existence was only a basic part. One also had to look at the soul and special innate abilities. The strength of David's soul was not something that the 5 clones could compare with, not to mention the huge variety of innate abilities. The clones could be said to be the true Black Dragon's body. The guidance of the Black Dragon Alexis was more suitable for the growth of the clones. David would still listen to advice in this regard. Although the Black Dragon Alexis specialized in the divine body, it was still a god-tier existence. It was very easy for it to guide the training of its own kind. The Black Dragon Alexis thought for a moment and suggested, "My lord, your clones don't have your talents. The most suitable training path is to understand the power of the Black Dragon, comprehend the power of the Black Dragon, and then form a domain with the power of the Black Dragon. This is also the normal training path of the Black Dragon race." To be honest, the Black Dragon Alexis had less and less authority to speak about David's training. This made it feel very useless, and it also felt that the training path of David, this humanoid Black Dragon, was becoming more and more unpredictable. The problem was that David's strength was firmly in an invincible state among the Black Dragon race back in the day. This made the Black Dragon Alexis unable to let David return to the training path of the Black Dragon race. David had the power of the rule and the speed of the rule, and the Black Dragon Alexis couldn't let these 2 basic rules be buried. After all, they had a common enemy. The stronger David was, the more advantageous it would be for him to take revenge in the future. The 5 clones had the perfect body of a Black Dragon. Although the humanoid Black Dragon was naturally weaker than the body of a real Black Dragon, as long as they mastered the power of the Black Dragon, they could completely possess the combat power of an adult Black Dragon. That was a true god-tier combat power. After the Interstellar Federation's director Hank created the clones, he was so crazy that he didn't care about anything else. Even though he knew how strong David was, he still wanted to bring David back to the Institute of Immortality. It was because Director Hank knew very well what he was researching. If the 5 clones had the support of souls, even if they didn't train and just grew step by step, they would at least become demigods in the future. If there was a suitable training method, it would be natural for a god-tier life form to become a god-tier life form. The Black Dragon Alexis didn't want the 5 clones to go down the wrong path of training. They would be 5 god-tier helpers in the future. When the 5 clones became god-tier, they would be able to defeat the Grim Reaper just by relying on the 5 god-tier clones. Can't the clones understand the basic rules? David still had a trace of ambition in his heart. He asked aloud. David had personally experienced how terrifying the basic rules were. The powerful demigod knights of the Holy Spirit couldn't detect David's figure after David used the speed rule. David was able to easily get close to him and use the Fatal Strike talent ability. That's impossible. Although the souls of your 5 clones will improve as they level up and become legendary souls, compared to your main legendary soul, the difference is too great. This is the basic condition for the basic rules. Not to mention, your speed rule and strength rule weren't comprehended by you, so they can't be transferred to the souls of your clones. Black Dragon Alexis explained patiently. David nodded. He agreed with the Black Dragon Alexis. Then how can I comprehend the Black Dragon's power rule? David continued to ask. After all, he had been practicing the Black Dragon's slumber for some time, but he still hadn't comprehended the Black Dragon's power rule. This made him somewhat doubtful whether the 5 clones could comprehend the Black Dragon's power rule. It's very simple. As long as your clones practice the Black Dragon's slumber and don't come into contact with any other rules and maintain the purity of their bodies, they will naturally comprehend the Black Dragon's power rule. Black Dragon Alexis replied. David finally understood why the Black Dragon Alexis didn't tell him to comprehend the Black Dragon's power rule when he was already at the peak of the legendary rank. It was probably because the rules in his body were too complicated and the chances of him comprehending the Black Dragon power rule were extremely low. The Black Dragon race relied on their powerful immunity to ignore almost all physical and energy attacks that didn't exceed their defensive power. The Black Dragons didn't need to practice other rules. They only needed to focus on the Black Dragon's power, and together with the natural dragon claws of a Black Dragon, they could break through all defenses. Only by focusing on the Black Dragon's power could the energy within the Black Dragon's body be pure, and only then could the pure Black Dragon's power be converted into rules and comprehend a domain. Of course, given the situation of your clones, as long as one of your clones comprehends the Black Dragon's power rule, it will greatly increase the speed at which the rest of your clones comprehend the Black Dragon's power rule. Black Dragon Alexis said with some envy, "In the Black Dragon race, it was extremely rare for twin Black Dragons to be born. In the recorded cultivation records of twin Black Dragons, there were cases where they had identical Black Dragon bodies and their souls were interconnected. Under such conditions, the twin Black Dragons' cultivation speed could complement each other, and various combat skills in a domain could also be interconnected with the Black Dragon's power rule. As long as one of them comprehended it first, the other would quickly comprehend the same combat skills and the Black Dragon's power rule. It was a pity that twin Black Dragon races were too rare, and David's 5 clones were equivalent to quintuplets. Including David, who had the same body, it would be sextuplets. So, the hope of comprehending the Black Dragon's power rule lies with my clones?" David's eyes moved, and he asked with a smile. It was impossible to say that David did not have any thoughts about the Black Dragon's power rule. That was the fundamental power of the Black Dragon race, and the Black Dragon race was also extremely powerful among the Giant Dragon race. The fundamental power of the Giant Dragon race that could dominate an era was extremely tempting to him, who was looking forward to improving himself. David still stayed on Gamistar. He was most eager to improve his own rules. The 4 legendary clones also stayed on Gamistar to cultivate the Black Dragon's slumber. The cultivation of the Black Dragon's slumber was also very easy. As long as the 4 legendary clones remained asleep, they could continue to cultivate the Black Dragon's slumber. If it wasn't for the Bug Race's Emperor Inheritance rune that helped David improve crazily, he would probably be cultivating the Black Dragon's slumber every day, just like the Black Dragon Alexis, constantly maintaining a sleeping state. The Demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit clone was still David's strongest fighting force other than the Black Dragon Alexis. He had returned to David's shadow. David settled down on this side. In the Interstellar Federation, the legendary clones also left AL 1187. The legendary clones were wearing the Federation's major general uniform and an identity bracelet, sitting in David's destroyer. This identity bracelet was David's identity bracelet. Because the legendary clones had the same genes as David, the identity bracelet didn't need to be reset to recognize the identity of the legendary clones. Even the battle intelligence kits on the destroyer didn't doubt the identity of the legendary clones and followed his orders. This was one of the reasons why the Interstellar Federation banned human clones. Once human clones appeared, they would greatly affect the normal operations of the Interstellar Federation. The legendary clones were the most special clones. Even if ordinary clones had the same genes as ordinary people, they wouldn't have the talent to cultivate. David's 5 legendary clones were made from the body of a god. With this kind of cloning cost, the shackles of the clones being unable to cultivate were also broken. In fact, this legendary clones could be said to be one with David. It wasn't wrong to say that it was David. This was different from the other knight clones, the 5th level bishop clones, and the insectoid clones. This body was truly the same as David in both appearance and genes. Therefore, David used a legendary clones to replace his identity in the Interstellar Federation. Although it affected the cultivation of the legendary clones, he believed that the cultivation of the main body was more important. The legendary clones could also cultivate the Black Dragon's slumber on the destroyer. After all, everything was controlled by the battle intelligence kits, and he didn't need to control it. It wasn't that the legendary clones didn't have any combat ability. The only combat ability they had was the swordsmanship talent. Although it was similar to a law, it wasn't a real law. Before David passed it on, he had consulted the Black Dragon Alexis. After receiving the approval of the Black Dragon Alexis, he passed on the swordsmanship talent to the legendary clones. According to the Black Dragon Alexis, the swordsmanship talent was a type of combat skill. It wasn't an energy-type law, so it didn't affect the Black Dragon strength law. The destroyer directly teleported to the military's teleportation gate in the war zone. This skipped many lines of defense, but this place was even tighter because there were tens of thousands of warships ready to fight at any time. This teleportation saved David many days of travel. He sent a letter to Emma through his identity bracelet when he was about to enter the outskirts of planet Battlestar. Ever since Emma had been attacked, as many as 8 Transcendent had come out of hiding and surrounded her. Emma's performances had all stopped. Before the threat from the shadows was over, her family and company wouldn't allow her to show her face again. Emma had never thought that she would one day be threatened by Transcendent, and she certainly didn't expect David to send 8 Transcendent to protect her. After the performance stopped, her thoughts of David flooded out. She hoped to hear news of David, but she also hoped that David wouldn't appear. David had left her a message saying that he would be in seclusion for a period of time. She didn't know about his cultivation, but she knew that if David appeared, he would take risks for her. This was something she didn't want to see. Just as Emma was feeling uneasy, her mother, Lady Amelia, came to her side. As the Deputy Chief Inspector of the Elydia Star System, Lady Amelia was extremely busy, but she had no choice but to come. Even the Elydia Star System's government had asked her to contact Emma. Emma didn't have any intelligence channels, but Lady Amelia knew that David had appeared and dealt with the 3 super financial groups with lightning speed. At the same time, his influence had expanded to the level of one of the top financial groups in the Federation. Chapter 1020. Emma, have you received any news from David recently? Madame Amelia looked at Emma, who was sitting under the sun with a melancholy expression, and softly asked, "No. Will he be in danger?" Emma worriedly shook her head and said, Emma was on the spaceship before. After returning to Lunka Planet, she had been staying in the villa. She didn't even have the mood to watch the news and was almost out of touch with the outside world. Don't worry. You'll be able to move freely in a few days. Madame Amelia smiled as she lightly patted Emma's arm and comforted her. Who wants to capture me? Do they want to use me to threaten David? Emma was very smart. She naturally knew that a singer like her didn't have the ability to make the other party send out 4 Transcendent. After hearing Madame Amelia's words, she hurriedly asked, It's people sent by the Surcharge Syndicate, Abu Dhabi, and Stern's Consortium. I just don't know if they want to use you to threaten David. Madame Amelia replied. Every time Emma heard the name of a super financial group, her expression would become heavier. Even though Madame Amelia said that the matter had been resolved, she was still extremely worried about David's safety. Don't worry. On the day you were attacked, David appeared. He single-handedly destroyed all 3 super financial groups. Madame Amelia saw Emma's worry and continued. Emma's eyes flashed with a pleasantly surprised expression. An extreme feeling of pride rose in her heart. To Emma, who had been enraged for the sake of a woman and had even made an enemy out of one of the 3 largest financial groups in the Federation and had even succeeded in destroying them, the impact on her heart and soul was immense. A sweet feeling made Emma almost unable to wait to see David and personally tell David her feelings. Emma and David were both introverted people when it came to relationships. Their feelings were born after experiencing danger and slowly fermenting through contact. This kind of relationship was more long-lasting. Even after 2 years of separation, there was no change at all. Why didn't David come to see me? Emma asked softly. She seemed to be asking Lady Amelia, but also seemed to be asking herself. Actually, the federal military has long wanted David to head to the battlefield of the great world of God, using his reputation to boost morale. However, because he was in seclusion previously, he didn't accept the appointment. This time, the matter he has done is a little big, and the military's order is that he must go. Madame Amelia explained based on her own judgment. Emma was even more worried now. That was a battlefield against the Zergs. It wasn't something that a single person could affect. At this time, a message rang from Emma's identity bracelet. This was a special ringtone set by Emma. She was delighted and quickly opened her identity bracelet to check. Seeing Emma's actions, Madame Amelia naturally knew that this was a message from David. Truthfully speaking, Madame Amelia was extremely satisfied with David. However, she also had some complaints about David not appearing for a long time. However, with David's current achievements, there had never been any rumors about him. His attitude of prioritizing cultivation was understandable. In the Interstellar Federation, marriage at 40 years old was a normal matter. David and Emma were both only 20 years old. Madame Amelia didn't want to interfere too much and let nature take its course. Madame Amelia hoped that David and Emma could be together. This was very important to her family. The prerequisite was that Emma was happy. David said that he had left for the great world of God. After that, it wasn't easy to contact him. He even sent a combat squad to protect me. Emma's face carried a satisfied smile as she spoke. The letter didn't have any explicit confession of love. It was just a light concern and a homely message. Emma was extremely used to this method of communication. It was just like when she was with David. Did David have any other instructions? Madame Amelia's eyes slightly moved as she asked. David mentioned the Tordo Fund. He said that I can freely use the Tordo Fund credits. There's no need to save credits for him. Emma continued happily. Madame Amelia looked at Emma, who still didn't know the truth. She couldn't help but helplessly shake her head. In her heart, she was happy for Emma. A few days ago, the Tordo Fund annexed the Surcharge Syndicate and Abu Dhabi. Stearns Consortium's 66 Bouchard also belongs to the Tordo Fund. Currently, the Tordo Fund is still digesting the annexed industries. Even so, the Tordo Fund is still the Federation's top financial group. It is said that just the credits in the bank alone are in the tens of trillions. Madame Amelia explained to Emma. So many credits? Emma was also shocked by the tens of trillions of credits. However, she quickly smiled again. Compared to the tens of trillions of credits, she was more concerned about David's attitude. She didn't believe that David would lie to her. Since David said that she could freely use the Tordo Fund's credits, then it must be true. What Emma cared about was David's trust. This kind of omnipresent care made her miss David even more. Emma, General David has sent people over. Agent Lucia softly said as she walked into the room. Let's go and take a look. Madame Amelia was also very curious as to who David would send to protect Emma. It must be known that there were already 8 Transcendent here. Madame Amelia walked even faster than Emma. When she and Emma arrived at the villa's living room, they saw 12 tall people already standing in the living room. The 8 Transcendent responsible for protecting Emma were all looking at these 12 people with astonished gazes. This was because the 8 Transcendent's perception told them that these 12 people were extremely dangerous. If these 12 people weren't sent by David, they wouldn't even dare to let Emma meet them. These 12 people's eyes were empty, without a trace of human emotion. Just standing there made people who looked at them involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. When Emma appeared, the 12 people's eyes lit up. They walked in front of Emma and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Master Emma, the 12 people said in unison. This sudden change made the 8 Transcendent shocked. It also made Emma momentarily at a loss as to what to do. As a member of the Interstellar Federation, with Emma's identity and the power of the family behind her, she also had the 2 female Kaji, Leona and Nora, as her bodyguards. However, the relationship between the 2 female bodyguards and Emma was more like that of sisters. The 12 people in front of her treated Emma as their master. This was extremely rare in the Interstellar Federation. Perhaps in some of the top financial groups, they would nurture a few people like this to protect important people. However, these people's strength wouldn't be too strong. As long as one's strength reached the transcendent level, any kind of restriction would be useless. This was because the Transcendent's position in the Federation was extremely high. Stand up. Madame Amelia wasn't too surprised. She waved her hand and said. However, the 12 people acted as if they didn't hear anything and continued to wait for Emma's orders. Stand up. Emma also reacted and waved her hand. Yes. The 12 people stood up and naturally separated to the left and right, protecting Emma within. Emma, these are all death sworn. Why don't you send out a death sworn to fight with the Transcendent and see how strong this death sworn is? Madame Amelia didn't get angry because of what happened just now. She suggested. Madame Amelia thought that this was a death sworn that David had the Tordo Fund send out. In order for this kind of combat strength to be of use, she had to clearly know how strong these 12 people were. In her heart, these Deathsworn's combat strength shouldn't be too strong. This was because the Tordo Fund's foundation wasn't enough. After experiencing the transfer of power, the time it had been in David's hands wasn't too long. It was to the point that these 12 Deathsworn would at most have the combat strength of an elite Kaji. Although the 12 Deathsworn's combat strength could be increased when they worked together, their combat strength might not even be comparable to a Transcendent. Madame Amelia felt it was strange. If it was like this, why would David still send 12 Deathsworn? There wasn't a lot of Transcendent here. As long as 2 of them were left behind, it would be enough to protect Emma. With David's current status, sending 2 Transcendent to protect Emma wasn't a difficult matter. Please ask this Transcendent to exchange blows with this Deathsworn. Don't harm the other party. Don't go too far. Emma agreed to Madame Amelia's suggestion. In Emma's heart, she already believed that the strength of these 12 Deathsworn must be very strong. That was why she didn't only ask the Transcendent to hold back. Instead, she asked both sides to do the same. The Transcendent designated by Emma didn't underestimate the enemy at all. This Transcendent was also an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. He could feel the pressure coming from the 12. The Transcendent's transcendent armor appeared on his body, covering his entire body. A third-grade heavy axe appeared in his hand. He was ready for battle. The so-called Deathsworn designated by Emma walked in front of the Transcendent. A 4th-grade heavy sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This Deathsworn didn't wear the exoskeleton armor, nor did he wear the Transcendent armor. He was still wearing normal clothes. However, the Transcendent's eyes suddenly shrunk. His gaze swept past the Deathsworn's finger. A ring on the finger attracted his attention. A space ring. The Transcendent exclaimed in his heart. His gaze swept past the other 11 Deathsworn's hands. Every Deathsworn had a space ring on their finger. Please make your move. The Transcendent didn't dare make the first move. Instead, he took a defensive stance and said in a deep voice. As soon as the Transcendent finished speaking, a sword flashed past. The 4th-grade heavy sword flashing with a faint purple light was already at the Transcendent's neck. Fortunately, Emma had told them beforehand. The 4th-grade heavy sword only approached the Transcendent's neck and didn't go any further. The entire hall was silent. No one had expected this result. The Transcendent facing the Deathsworn didn't argue. He put away the weapon in his hand and said, I admit defeat. Perhaps Emma and Lady Amelia didn't see it clearly, but the Transcendent in the hall saw it clearly. When the sword stabbed out, they didn't see the sword's trajectory. They only saw the 4th-grade heavy sword mysteriously appear at the Transcendent's neck after he said, Please make your move. What kind of strength was needed to have this kind of combat strength? Just how strong was this Deathsworn? The Deathsworn put the 4th-grade heavy sword back into the space ring and returned to his post. The 12 people here could be called Deathsworn. These 12 people were the 12 fake 4th-grade Sky Knight that David killed at the Institute of Immortality. When David cleaned up the battlefield, he also took away the corpses of the 12 4th-grade Sky Knight. He didn't use his 5th-grade soul avatar. Instead, he used the original resurrection method to resurrect the 12 4th-grade Sky Knight. The reason why he resurrected the 12 4th-grade Sky Knight was because David discovered that the 12 4th-grade Sky Knight actually had real identities in the Interstellar Federation. Even the information of their birth was complete. There was no trouble at all. This should have been done for them by the Institute of Immortality to make it easier for them to move around the Interstellar Federation. It should be known that in the Interstellar Federation, without a real identity bracelet, there were some important events that couldn't be entered. David obviously didn't need the strength of the 12 fourth-grade Sky Knight. He was just thinking about Emma's safety. Although the 8 Transcendent were strong enough, a person's heart was always hard to predict. If one of these Transcendent was bribed, who knew what would happen? Although the possibility of this was very small, there was nothing that a force that dared to challenge David wouldn't do. David equipped the 12 fourth-grade Sky Knight with a full set of fourth-grade equipment. Of course, a fourth-grade Sky Knight normally wouldn't equip a fourth-grade Knight's armor. Perhaps with their strength, they would never need to equip it. Not only that, David also transferred his swordsmanship talent ability to the 12 fourth-grade Sky Knight, allowing their strength to instantly rise to the peak of 4th-grade Sky Knight. Not to mention Transcendence. Even if a level 4 Sky Knight appeared in front of them, it would only be a matter of a sword strike. In addition, David also passed the knowledge of the Knight battle formation to the 12 4th-grade Sky Knights through an energy ball, allowing them to make up for their shortcomings as knights. The order that David gave to the 12 4th-grade Sky Knight was to listen to Emma's orders and protect Emma's safety. Although the intelligence of the 12 4th-grade Sky Knight wasn't high, completing this kind of mission wasn't a problem. They couldn't do meticulous things, but protecting and fighting were their instincts. Lady Amelia's eyes drifted as she looked at the 12 Deathsworn. These Deathsworn, without any superfluous emotions, had such powerful strength. Leaving them by Emma's side was definitely an extreme waste. But she also felt David's pampering of Emma. For Emma, David could destroy the 3 major financial groups and willfully send 12 incomparably powerful Deathsworn. Emma, you must treat them well, Lady Amelia softly reminded. I know, Emma nodded in response. Her eyes weren't placed on the 12 Deathsworn, but rather looking into the distance. Although David didn't come to see Emma, through various methods, David used his own way to express his feelings. You must return safely, my hero, Emma said in her heart. In another world, David also raised his head and looked into the distance. At this moment, the 2 hearts simultaneously missed each other. Even time and space couldn't stop this kind of longing. Chapter 10:21. Sitting in the destroyer, in front of David's clone, was a sniper rifle shining with a pale golden light. This was something that David made during the voyage. The prototype of this level 5 sniper rifle was the Roarer sniper rifle. What he did was to completely copy the specifications of the Roarer sniper rifle. In order to make this special roaring sniper rifle able to withstand a stronger explosive force and make this roaring sniper rifle more reasonable, he engraved reinforcement, energy gathering, stability, giant strength, and so on the barrel of the level 5 roaring sniper rifle. It could be said that this level 5 sniper rifle was the pinnacle of the Interstellar Federation's sniper rifle. David's clone could share the knowledge of David's main body. Therefore, the clone also had the ability of a Grandmaster Alchemist and a Grandmaster Blacksmith. The level 5 sniper rifle created by the clone was a decent level 5 weapon, even if it was used to smash people. Of course, the level 5 sniper rifle was a lot more complicated than the weapons of the great world of God. Perhaps only the large industrial machines in the Interstellar Federation could produce such precision, but David could do it with his mind alone. In fact, the weapons used by the Federation didn't have such high craftsmanship because they would wear out during use, so there was no need for such high standards. However, David's level 5 sniper rifle was different. The level 5 material and the enhancement of the rune made it so that this special sniper rifle wouldn't wear out at all. The more precise the craftsmanship, the more it could ensure that the energy usage of the level 5 sniper rifle would not be wasted. The reason why David prepared this level 5 sniper rifle was to maximize its effectiveness on the battlefield. Of course, In order to increase the power of this level 5 Roarer sniper rifle, he also made a batch of level 4 sniper bullets. These level 4 sniper bullets were engraved with the penetration pattern. The level 4 sniper bullets were loaded with krypton crystal powder to the maximum. Without considering the limit of the sniper rifle and the strength of the user, the higher the power, the better. This batch of level 4 sniper bullets was not meant to be used against level 4 insectoids. David had tested the level 5 roaring sniper rifle, and a level 4 sniper bullet with a maximum charge was enough to break through the defense of a level 5 insectoid. After firing, the recoil of the roaring sniper rifle of the 5th rank wasn't something that an ordinary temple knight of the 5th rank could quickly stabilize. This level 5 roaring sniper rifle could only be used by a level 5 combatant. Normally, a level 5 combatant would only be able to use a sniper rifle once every 5 seconds. Of course, this level 5 combatant would have to be able to use a sniper rifle at an extremely high level. The Krypton Crystal Powder was the Interstellar Federation's most powerful explosive. Coupled with the Interstellar Federation's weapon design technology and the rune knowledge of the great world of God, it was able to achieve this unimaginable power. With a level 4 sniper bullet and the penetration rune engraved by a Grandmaster Alchemist, each shot would consume a sky-high amount of bullets. Even the top nobles of the great world of God wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. It should be known that there were only a few Grandmaster Alchemists in the great world of God, and compared to David's alchemy skills, there was still a huge gap. David fiddled with a level 5 sniper rifle in his hands. Beside him was a level 5 light longsword and a transcendent armor. The transcendent armor was just for show. In order to suit the Black Dragon's power inside his body, he made some modifications to the transcendent armor. Although it was a bit exaggerated to have a level 5 weapon as a member of the Federation, with David's status and the things he did in the Federation, no one dared to look into it. He didn't need to care about what others thought. In the Interstellar Federation, he was already at the top of the pyramid. At this time, the destroyer had already reached the border of the great world of God. The transport ships here had already received orders to stop entering and exiting the border and make way for the Federation War God's destroyer. These soldiers didn't have any complaints. The Federation War God General David was extremely famous in the military. There were many legends about General David in the military. When the destroyer flew past the transport ship, the ship lit up its signal light to show respect to David. In a transport ship, the soldiers looked at the destroyer through the porthole. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. These soldiers didn't have much concept of politics and power. The only thing they knew was to worship the strong. Of course, these transport ships stopped the transport route not only because of General David's fame, but more importantly, because General David was a commissioner of the Federal High Command. He represented the Federal High Command and Grand Marshal Andre. The destroyer passed through a membrane and flew past the border of the great world of God. David felt the suppression of the world's rules coming from the clone. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. However, he also realized that the suppression of the world's rules on the clone's strength wasn't too much. He could still maintain about 80% of his combat power. It was important to note that the clone was of the inherited tier. About 80% of its combat power could kill any level 5 expert in an instant. This clone had advanced to the legendary tier in the Interstellar Federation. He also expected to be suppressed by the great world of God's rules. However, he didn't expect that the suppression of the world's rules was not as strong as he imagined. At least compared to David's original body, the suppression of the world's rules was obviously much stronger than the clone's without activating the energy feather wings. David felt the clone's strength and realized that the clone's combat power was less affected because the Black Dragon's power in the clone's body improved the clone's physique. It indirectly improved the clone's close combat abilities, including strength, speed, agility, and so on. Pure physique was the least affected by the rules of the other world. In fact, this was the strength of the giant dragons. Even if the giant dragons didn't use any special abilities, they could still have the combat power of a god in any world with their powerful physique. This was especially true for the Black Dragon clan of the Giant Dragons. They specialized in close combat giant dragons that increased their defense and strength. The rules of the Otherworld had even less effect on the Black Dragon clan. Ordinary gods would only go into hiding even if they were defeated. They wouldn't even think of leaving their own world. This was because if they left their own world, their strength would be greatly affected, and they would be easily killed by the gods in the Otherworld. However, after the giant dragons were defeated, they chose to leave the great world of God and go to other worlds. This resistance to the suppression of the rules of the Otherworld was the strength of the giant dragons. The huge destroyer flew to the side of the Guardian planet, but didn't land. During times of war, the battleship had to be ready for battle at any time. Only in space could the battleship maintain its combat power. The landing ship landed with David on the ground. At the entrance of the Federation's headquarters, General Francis and his adjutant stood there to welcome David. On both sides of the entrance were 20 Kaji guards. Although they were in a state of war, General Francis still gave him the best welcome. As a trusted subordinate of Grand Marshal Andre, General Francis naturally knew how much the Grand Marshal Andre loved General David. This time, General David was only there as a commissioner of the Federal High Command, not as the commander of an army. This explained a lot. General Francis was a smart man. After General David expressed his disinterest in the power of the military, recruiting General David became his top priority. Although General David's military rank wasn't high, he was only a major general. However, his influence in the military was at the top. In addition, General David had the Tordo Fund, which was now flourishing behind him, and General David's own terrifying deterrence. All of these made General Francis value General David more. As long as he could get General David on his side, it was almost guaranteed that General Francis would succeed when Grand Marshal Andre stepped down. David didn't think too much. He didn't think as much as General Francis. However, at his level of strength, he could clearly sense whether the person he was facing was sincere or not. After feeling the sincere welcome from General Francis, David also had a smile on his face. General Francis, Federal High Command Commissioner Major General David reporting for duty. David smiled and saluted. General David, I welcome your arrival on behalf of the Frontline Army. Your arrival will bring great encouragement to all the soldiers in the Army. General Francis smiled and saluted back. Generals, the welcome banquet is about to begin. There are still guests waiting. The adjutant reminded softly. Yes, General David, for your arrival, I specially asked the chef to prepare a Great World of God-style lunch. There are also guests from the Great World of God accompanying us. We're just waiting for you. General Francis smiled and extended his hand. David and General Francis went through the welcoming ceremony of 20 Kaji and entered the underground command center. David was actually very familiar with this place. He had lived and fought here for a while. However, this time he came with a new identity, so he let General Francis lead the way. After all, it was the Frontline Command Center. After the welcoming ceremony, there were no other welcoming activities inside the command center. All the soldiers were busy with their own tasks. Only when David walked by could he see the worship of an idol in the eyes of the soldiers. Sometimes I envy your reputation in the military, but why didn't you choose to take over the military? General Francis asked as he walked. Because I saw something more powerful than power. David replied with a smile. General Francis didn't understand what David was talking about. At this time, they had already reached the dining hall, so he didn't continue to ask. In the dining hall, David saw a few old friends. Of course, they were only old friends of Lord Arthur. He had to pretend that he didn't know them now. This is Chairman Gould of the Great World of God's Supreme Council. General Francis introduced first. David saluted Gould, and Chairman Gould saluted back with a knight salute. The other three were level 5 Temple Knights, and the other 5 were Federation generals. There were many people on the battlefield who were qualified to attend this welcome banquet, but because they needed to maintain a state of war, only a few people who were free attended the banquet. I believe the generals know this person. Let me introduce him to the distinguished guests of the great world of God. Federation War God, General David, known as the strongest person in the Federation. After General Francis introduced David to everyone present, he also introduced David to everyone. However, as soon as the title Federation War God came out of General Francis' mouth, the faces of the great world of God Temple Knight changed. In the great world of God, no one dared to call themselves a god. If General David wasn't a general of the Interstellar Federation, the Temple Knight would have attacked at this time. Where did General David's title come from? Lord Ludovic of the Golden Dragon bloodline asked faintly. 2 years ago, General David used Kaji's strength to kill many level 3 Zergs with a sword and save the Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal rewarded him with the title of Federation War God. General Francis replied with a smile. Even if General Francis knew that Lord Ludovic's question was provocative, he had to answer. If you want to know, he could ask any Federation soldier and get the answer. That battle that year was watched by everyone in the Interstellar Federation through a live broadcast. It was also that battle that made General David the #1 in the Federation. Lord Ludovic was taken aback. He wasn't shocked because General David had killed so many level 3 Zergs. No matter how many level 3 Zergs there were, they were just trash in his eyes. Lord Ludovic was shocked because at that time, General David's strength was only Kaji's, which was around level 2. Yet, he was able to kill so many level 3 Zergs alone. The meaning behind this was completely different. It had to be known that the Zergs were stronger than humans of the same level. A powerful level 3 Zerg could fight against 3 level 3 Earth Knight, or more than 6 Federation Transcend Knights. However, General David was able to kill so many level 3 Zergs alone with his level 2 strength. This meant that General David was invincible among those of the same level. I wonder how General David's strength is now. Lord Ludovic turned to David and asked. Although Lord Ludovic was shocked by David's strength, it wasn't enough to eliminate the influence of David using the title of Federation War God. Although the title of Federation War God was in the Federation's name, the title of War God conflicted with the title of War God. Even if the people of the Federation didn't have the corresponding strength, Lord Ludovic would ask them not to use the title of Federation War God, at least within the borders of the great world of God. Chapter 1022. Chairman Gould could clearly see Lord Ludwig's attitude, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. Lord Ludwig was trying to protect the dignity of God, and Chairman Gould couldn't step in to stop this. He could only stop the situation from developing. I'm not too sure about my strength, but I'm unrivaled in the Federation. David replied with a smile. David didn't mind revealing some of his strength. It would be easier for him to display some of his strength on the battlefield. His words made the two transcendent in charge of protecting General Francis change their expression slightly, but they didn't say anything. What he said was the truth. Although it sounded harsh, most of the transcendents in the Circle of Transcendence recognized David's strength after the live broadcast of the battle 2 years ago. General David, try to stab me. I can judge your strength for you. Lord Ludwig looked at David and said in a deep voice. When General Francis heard this, his face sank. He knew very well that no matter how strong David's combat strength was, it was still within the Federation's territory. A rank 4 Sky Knight from the great world of God was already invincible in the Federation, let alone this Lord Ludwig with the Golden Dragon bloodline. All right, you can judge for me. David agreed, wanting to intimidate the other party. General Francis was just about to refuse on behalf of David, but he didn't expect David to agree. He hesitated for a moment, but in order to save David's face, he didn't continue speaking. In any case, this wasn't an official battle. It was just a judgment of strength. Lord Ludwig probably wouldn't hurt David. Chairman Gould had the same thoughts as General Francis. As long as no one was hurt, it wasn't a big deal. David's hand shook and a rank 5 light longsword appeared in his hand. A faint golden light flashed past the 4 meters between him and Lord Ludwig. Lord Ludwig felt that something was wrong when the rank 5 light longsword appeared in David's hand. A rank 5 light longsword was already a weapon that could hurt him. He immediately prepared to put on his rank 5 knight armor. But the moment Lord Ludwig was about to put on the armor, he had no choice but to stop because David's rank 5 light longsword was already at his throat. Lord Ludwig could clearly feel the chill coming from his throat. It was the aura of death. As long as David's hand moved slightly, his rank 5 body wouldn't be able to withstand the sharpness of the rank 5 light longsword. "Thank you for letting me win," David said with a smile as he put away the rank 5 light longsword. No matter how unconvinced Lord Ludwig was, he couldn't continue to fight at this time. Showing off too much would affect the cooperation between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. "General David, you are very strong." Lord Ludwig tried to squeeze out a smile as he spoke. As the loser, he didn't have the qualifications to evaluate David's strength. With his status, he acknowledged David's strength and indirectly raised David's evaluation to rank 5. Chairman Gould and the other 2 rank 5 Temple Knights could clearly see that General David didn't use any special ability. He didn't even use any energy. He relied completely on his own strength and speed to achieve this effect. This wasn't the strength and speed that the Interstellar Federation's transcendent inheritance could achieve. This showed that General David had an extremely special constitution. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. Lord Ludwig's defeat came more from General David's swordsmanship. The elegance of that sword made Chairman Gould think of a person, Lord Arthur. They were both dazzling and unrivaled in the world. Lord Arthur was unrivaled in the great world of God, and General David was unrivaled in the Interstellar Federation. Moreover, they were both ridiculously young and had unparalleled talent. "Lord Ludwig, sit down and prepare to eat." General David's swordsmanship is so strong that probably only Lord Arthur can compete with him. At such a close distance, even I can't resist General David's sword. Chairman Gould said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Yeah, General David's sword is really powerful. I've seen Lord Arthur's sword. The feeling of despair is the same." Lord Darrell of the Blue Dragon bloodline continued. The atmosphere in the dining hall was eased by the 2 Temple Knights' words. "General David, you deserve your title," Lord Ludwig said solemnly to David before sitting down. Although Lord Ludwig didn't say the title of Federation War God, he recognized General David's title of Federation War God. This was a great thing for a Temple Knight of the great world of God. General Francis was stunned. He never thought that General David's strength was so terrifying. A top-level 5 Temple Knight from the great world of God and a dragon bloodline lord couldn't even withstand General David's sword. Although Lord Ludwig wasn't wearing armor and didn't pay attention to General David's sword, an unarmed Temple Knight was still a Temple Knight. With the strength of a Temple Knight, how could he be so easily restrained? In particular, General Francis and the other generals in the dining hall were too weak. They didn't see the sword clearly. After David moved, David and Lord Ludwig stopped. The level 5 light, long sword in David's hand stopped in front of Lord Ludwig's neck. They didn't even have the time to think before the battle ended, let alone watch the process of the battle. After the shock, there was incomparable pride. General Francis even had the urge to cry. For 10,000 years, the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation had existed on Warstar as consumables. Only when the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation couldn't resist would the Knight of the great world of God act. The soldiers of the Interstellar Federation were expending the most energy, but the success of the defense was mostly due to the Knight of the great world of God. The reason was because of the individual strength of both sides. Even the lowest level knight could defeat the Federation's Kaji, and an official knight could defeat the Federation's Transcendent. Now, there was finally a soldier who could fight against the peak existence of the great world of God. Although this was a special case, the Interstellar Federation's military had never felt so comfortable before. General Francis looked at the excited generals in the dining hall and then looked at the surveillance equipment in the dining hall, thinking about how to advertise. The atmosphere of the welcoming banquet wasn't very lively. The guests were all people of high status, and there was a bit of unpleasantness. Fortunately, everything went back to normal, and the welcoming banquet ended smoothly. During the banquet, Lord Ludwig also thought about it. With the population of the Federation, it was possible for a mutated human to appear. However, General David's body wasn't just different from a normal human's. He also had an excellent growth environment and powerful swordsmanship talent, which was why he was such a powerful existence. This kind of strength couldn't be replicated in Lord Ludwig's eyes, and it had nothing to do with the overall strength of the Interstellar Federation. Just like Lord Arthur of the Great World of God, he couldn't represent the strength of a level 5 Temple Knight. As for whether Lord Arthur or General David was stronger, Lord Ludwig definitely believed that it was Lord Arthur because Lord Arthur's strength was all around. He even had the record of killing the legendary Zerg and severely injuring the demigod knight. Is talent really so important? Lord Darrell asked softly as the 4 Temple Knight left the Federation's underground headquarters and returned to the surface camp. The 4 Temple Knight here were all of the Dragon bloodline. Speaker Gould of the White Dragon bloodline, Lord Fred of the Black Dragon bloodline, Lord Darrell of the Blue Dragon bloodline, and Lord Ludwig of the Golden Dragon bloodline. Their talents were top-notch in the great world of God. But no one thought that these 4 top-notch Temple Knight were talking about and envying the talents of others. Yeah, with the Federation's transcendent inheritance, you can be so powerful. Lord Fred couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What was the transcendent inheritance? In fact, it was a cultivation system developed by the Interstellar Federation through part of the great world of God's Knight inheritance, removing the influence of bloodline power. In the eyes of the Knights of the Divine Great World, this kind of training system was of little value. After becoming a transcendent, one's strength would be almost impossible to improve. The strongest one would be a peak transcendent, and with level 4 equipment, the most one could deal with was a level 3 insectoid, which was a weak level 3 insectoid. In theory, the transcendent inheritance was equivalent to the inheritance of a level 2 official knight. Only the Interstellar Federation, a world without bloodlines, would pay attention to such a cultivation system. Lord Ludwig, to be honest, if it was a face-to-face battle, what are your chances of winning? Speaker Gould looked at Lord Ludwig and asked. Both Lord Darrell and Lord Fred looked at Lord Ludwig. They were also very concerned about this issue. Only someone like Lord Ludwig, who had personally experienced the battle, could truly judge General David's combat strength. Without experiencing it firsthand, these bystanders would sometimes make mistakes in judgment. I will die within 5 meters. Lord Ludwig recalled the battle process. After rededucing it several times in his mind, he said with a wry smile, "What a terrifying talent! If he was born in the great world of God, then he would be another Lord Arthur." Lord Darrell said in a deep voice. Lord Darrell's words were full of pity because if General David had a bloodline, with General David's swordsmanship talent, he would be qualified to threaten Lord Arthur in the great world of God. Of course, the 4 Temple Knight present also understood that General David's shortcomings were also obvious. As long as they did not fight General David in close combat, then General David's swordsmanship would not be a threat to them. Because General David's swordsmanship was achieved through the level 5 light longsword, not the extension of the light longsword's energy, it was destined that his threat range was within 5 meters. The Temple Knight on this side was discussing David's swordsmanship. They did not think that David and Lord Arthur were the same person. On the other side, after General Francis arranged the work for David, he excitedly ordered the adjutant to send the battle video of David and Lord Ludwig back to the Federation. Except for the temporary Skynet established within the fleet, the rest of the great world of God could not connect to Skynet, and Skynet could not be connected to the Interstellar Federation Skynet. The Federation's orders needed to be sent to the Guardian planet through the battleship outside the great world of God border. The military information needed to be reported on the Guardian planet was also sent out of the great world of God border through the battleship. As long as they were out of the border, they could connect to Skynet through the military's large communication equipment in the battleship. Outside the Marshal's office of the Federal High Command on Planet Origin, Colonel Jekyll's adjutant said excitedly, "Report. Come in." Grand Marshal Andre stretched. After drinking the heartwarming lotus seed soup, he was full of energy. This was why he cared so much about David. It was because David had given him the heartwarming lotus seed soup. For a long time, Grand Marshal Andre had almost retired due to health reasons. It was David who gave him a new political life. Jekyll's adjutant held back his excitement and said, "Take a look at this video, Grand Marshal." He operated a screen, and a screen appeared in front of Grand Marshal Andre. The screen played the battle video of David and Lord Ludwig. The video was very short, but the result of the battle made Grand Marshal Andre suddenly stand up. Grand Marshal Andre recognized Lord Ludwig. He was one of the few top Templar knight who had the ability to compete for the position of chairman. He was a very powerful lord. However, such a powerful Templar knight had not been able to withstand David's sword. Grand Marshal Andre did not think that the video was fake, not to mention that it was sent by General Francis. Even Lord Ludwig would not cooperate with it. There was only one possibility. General David's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Grand Marshal Andre could not help but think of General David's long seclusion. In the past, he thought that David was using seclusion as an excuse to get rid of the military's affairs. Now that he thought about it, General David was really cultivating and improving himself. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? How many people were there at the time? Grand Marshal Andre asked after thinking for a while. There were 5 generals on the Guardian planet, and the surveillance equipment was always on. There were also several transcendent in charge of security. It's impossible to cover up this matter. Jekyll's adjutant had followed Grand Marshal Andre for many years. He knew what Grand Marshal Andre meant when he heard the question. Then let's publicize it. Also, send out a request to all the vice marshals to apply for the rank of Lieutenant General for David. Grand Marshal Andre said with a faint smile. In fact, David's rank should have been promoted long ago. It was just that David had been causing trouble, so the matter had been delayed. Grand Marshal Andre had no choice. He had already paid a considerable price to help David suppress many things. However, it was clear that using the influence of this incident, it was only logical to promote David's rank. Chapter 1023. The order David had received was to head to each of the 8 carriers and patrol them as a Federal High Command officer. Each carrier was the core of a large fleet, the command center and resting place for 10,000 large warships. David did not have any combat missions at the moment. His job was more of a formality, using his reputation to inspire courage and morale among the soldiers participating in the war. Before he left, he went to the logistics department and found that it was still the same logistics supervisor. However, the last time he had come to collect supplies, he had used the identity of Lord Arthur. "General David, do you have any requests?" the logistics supervisor excitedly asked as he bowed to David. "How many more grade 3 sniper bullets do you have?" David smiled and returned the greeting. "This time, we've mobilized Worcester's reserves. We have 100,000 grade 3 sniper bullets here." The logistics supervisor replied without hesitation. David was taken aback. He had not expected so many, so he waved his hand and said, "Give them all to me. I'll go through the formalities for you. Is there anything else you need?" The head of the logistics department didn't have any objections to David receiving so many level 3 sniper bullets. Instead, he asked with concern. They had not used up any grade 3 sniper bullets in the previous battle, so this batch of grade 3 sniper bullets was just backup ammunition. The military had spread the story of General David using his sniper rifle to stop the insect tide on Warstar. Although there was a defensive wall at the time, and a large number of Kaji were at the front, this was enough to demonstrate General David's terrifying sniping abilities. The logistics supervisor would rather give these extremely valuable grade 3 sniper bullets to an expert like General David than let these ordinary Kaji sniper bullets go to waste. "I don't need anything else. Just help me fill all the level 3 sniper bullets with Krypton crystal powder to the limit." David thought for a moment and instructed. If David had done this himself, he would have needed a lot of time and energy, but it was different if the logistics department did it. The logistics department had their own specialized equipment, and all they needed to do was input the data, and everything would be done automatically. The logistics supervisor opened his mouth to persuade him, but he did not say anything. He remembered how powerful General David was. As the logistics supervisor of the military, he knew what had happened at the welcome banquet not long ago. General David's strength was beyond imagination, and he could not use his own understanding to guess General David's decision. "Yes, I'll send them to you after they're modified," the logistics supervisor loudly replied. After David left the underground command center, he met up with a combat squad of 10 Kaji elites assigned to him. This squad of Kaji elites was nominally to protect him, but in reality, they were a guard of honor. The landing ship entered an aircraft carrier in space. At the spaceport, almost 10,000 Kaji elites were lined up neatly, and their eyes followed the landing ship as it moved. Federation War God. The moment David walked out of the landing ship, the cheers shook the sky. Even David himself did not expect the Federation soldiers to worship him to this extent. Almost 10,000 pairs of eyes were filled with fanaticism. The news of David's anger for a woman spread through the Federation through various methods. Although there was no evidence, it did not affect the speed of the news. This story was in line with the dreams of all men. There was a goddess, an invincible hero, someone who fought against powerful forces, someone who did not fear power, and even a hero who saved a beauty. And all of this was done by the Federation War God. This made the Federation soldiers even more proud. An invincible war god should be fearless like this. The Kaji elites here to welcome General David were only a portion of the military representatives on the aircraft carrier. They felt that they were too lucky to be able to see their idol at such a close distance. Fortunately, the Federation soldiers were strictly disciplined, and no one crowded to the front. David waved at the cheering soldiers, and only then did he greet the captain of the aircraft carrier and the accompanying transcendent. The captain and the transcendent's eyes were also filled with fanaticism. As generals on the front lines, they knew very well how powerful the Temple Knight was. To them, the Temple Knight was only a legendary level 5 expert, but he could not even withstand a single blow from this General David in front of them. Soldiers worshipped the strong. The captain and a few transcendents were soldiers as well. They also had an incomparable sense of worship towards the strongest of the Federation. The captain and the transcendent accompanied David on a tour of the aircraft carrier. The entire aircraft carrier was like a huge city. Everywhere they went, they were warmly welcomed. After David's tour, the morale of the soldiers on the aircraft carrier increased many times over. After a tour, it was time to rest at night. The aircraft carrier prepared a room for David to rest in. "General, the logistics department has delivered the supplies you requested." The captain of David's elite Kaji guards reported softly. So fast, David was delighted. He could see that the logistics department was doing their best to serve him. That was why the remodeling work was completed so quickly. 100,000 level 3 sniper bullets piled up together was a considerable amount. The head of the logistics department had personally escorted them over. After David thanked the head of the logistics department, he completed the handover of the level 3 sniper bullets. He stored all the bullets into his spatial ring in front of everyone. Although there were very few spatial rings in the entire Federation, and even fewer people could use them, no one was surprised that David could use one. The strong had the privilege of the strong. This applied everywhere. "Don't let anyone disturb my rest," David ordered the captain of the elite Kaji guards. He then entered his room. The 10 elite Kaji guards did not take turns to rest. Instead, they all stood guard outside David's room. They knew very well that they were unable to truly protect General David based on their strength. They could only fulfill their duties through small means like this. To be able to become General David's guards was the dream of countless soldiers. This resume was enough to make them proud for the rest of their lives. Although the space inside an aircraft carrier was extremely large, it had to serve the entire fleet of 10,000 warships. In addition, there was also combat space, storage space, and so on. Every inch of space inside an aircraft carrier was precious. The room that was allocated to David was the best room on the aircraft carrier aside from the captain's room. If not for the fact that the captain's room was equipped with many command systems, the captain would have given his own room to David. David did not have time to rest. He activated all 137 soul doppelgangers and drew runes on the level 3 sniper bullets. Without the support of the runes, there was a high chance that these level 3 sniper bullets would not be able to penetrate the body of a level 4 insectoid. David had experienced this on Warstar before. At that time, he had felt extremely helpless. The sniper rifle could only deal with level 3 insectoids at most. Anything above level 3, the sniper rifle could not affect them at all. The highest grade of sniper bullets was level 3, and the maximum load of a sniper rifle could push a level 3 bullet to penetrate the defenses of a level 3 insectoid. It was not that the Federation did not have better technology. For example, those powerful shipborne weapons did not require a level 3 bullet. They only needed a burst of energy to penetrate the defenses of a level 4 insectoid. However, the limit of a single soldier's weapon lay in the individual soldier's endurance. Almost all snipers were armored soldiers, and those who could use third-grade sniper bullets were all sniper grandmasters. They were able to use special techniques to allow themselves to withstand a greater recoil force. However, even a sniper grandmaster was only equivalent to a level 2 at most. Through the power of the sniper rifle and the sniper bullet, increasing the damage by 1 level was already a great achievement. Wanting to injure a level 4 insectoid was simply unimaginable. The difference between a level 4 and a level 3 insectoid was enormous, and their defenses could not be mentioned in the same breath. David did not have to worry about strength. Why did he have to display such terrifying combat power in battle? It was so that he could use his sniper ability more effectively. During the few hours of rest, he did not rest for a single moment. Although drawing the pattern for a level 3 sniper bullet was not complicated, and with his skills that surpassed that of a master alchemist, he could complete it in 20 seconds. 137 soul doppelgangers could guarantee the completion of 137 tier 3 sniper bullets every 20 seconds. However, the total number of bullets reached 100,000, and it still took up all of his rest time. There was no day or night in space, but in order to survive in space for a long time, one had to maintain a strict schedule. At the center of the star field of chaos, at the giant portal, there was an endless amount of insectoids. Near the portal, a group of 100 main-brain king insectoids gathered together. They used their special spiritual sensing ability and the scouting insectoids to get close to the front line to investigate planet Tula and the Guardian planet. Suddenly, the main-brain king insectoids fell into chaos. They stopped communicating with the insectoids in the distance and sent a signal towards the portal. Hidden behind the portal, the Blade Mantis Emperor received the signal, and its eyes flashed with excitement. Through the scouting insectoids, the main-brain king insectoids sensed that the Blade Mantis Emperor had ordered them to find the target. However, the Blade Mantis Emperor did not immediately contact the Titan Golden Emperor. It needed to be 100% sure that David, who had stolen the Emperor inheritance pattern, was on the Guardian planet. It was important to note that the Titan Golden Emperor could only be mobilized once, and this time, it would be very risky. It could only succeed, and failure was not an option. The Blade Mantis Emperor knew very well that David was able to kill both the Blade Mantis Emperor and the legendary Assassin Mantis Emperor. Someone like David would require at least a demigod to deal with. Actually, the Blade Mantis Emperor did not count the Black Dragon Alexis as part of David's combat power. To the Blade Mantis Emperor, a god, even a heavily injured one, was not someone David could command. It was even more impossible for a god to protect David. The Blade Mantis Emperor ordered the insectoids in the great world of God. Order an all-out attack on the Guardian planet. Find a human. The insectoids outside the portal began to get restless. Some of the more aggressive insectoids entered the internal space of the sonic steel beetles. After a long period of preparation, the insectoids had brought in many special insectoids, and many tactics could be used. 5 groups of 10,000 sonic steel beetles formed long-range support outside the portal. A level 5 insectoid let out a howl, and the low-level insectoids in the swarm began to speed up towards the Guardian planet. Insectoids detected on the move. Their target is the Guardian planet. In the underground command center of the Guardian planet, a soldier operating the scanning device reported loudly through his bracelet. When the soldiers in the command center heard this, they all became nervous. Although there have been battles in the past few days, the intensity of the battles had been under control. It seemed that the insectoids did not intend to launch an all-out attack. They were just stalling for time. The Interstellar Federation was also willing to stall for time. As time passed, the federal military would build more and more space fortresses and other military fortresses, and their defense would become stronger. General Francis, who was resting in his room, was woken up by his bracelet. He ordered in a deep voice, "Order them to enter the highest state of combat readiness." Following General Francis' order, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in every battleship and every base on the defense line. "Adjutant, get Chairman Gould here immediately." General Francis turned around and ordered the adjutant who came in. It was unknown whether the insectoids had done this intentionally or not, but it happened to be the last hour of the resting time. General Francis, Chairman Gould, and most of the other officers were resting. Hurried footsteps could be heard in the command center. In just 1 minute, the command center was back to its best state of combat readiness. Chairman Gould also walked into the command center and met with General Francis. "Chairman Gould, the insectoids have launched an all-out attack on the Guardian planet. We need the cooperation of the great world of God Night. The scale of the insectoids' attack this time is larger than any of the previous ones." General Francis said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, I've already notified all the Holy Cathedral Knight and Sky Knight to enter the battlefield at any time." Chairman Gould replied in a deep voice, "Has Lord Arthur recovered from his injuries? If he can come over, it'll be more helpful for the defense." General Francis suggested, "It doesn't matter if Lord Arthur's injuries are healed or not. We can't disturb him unless it's an emergency." Chairman Gould replied with a bitter smile. Chairman Gould had a good relationship with Lord Arthur. He couldn't let Lord Arthur suffer. Last time, Lord Arthur had risked his life to protect the Guardian planet and returned to rest with heavy injuries. With Lord Arthur's contribution to the war, he alone had sent out 13 level 5 Holy Knight. Even if Chairman Gould asked Lord Arthur to come over, Chairman Gould wouldn't agree. Chapter 1024. The current situation was somewhat different from before. After a long period of preparation, the Guardian planet was now filled with knights. Coupled with a large number of military facilities and warships of the Interstellar Federation, defending the Guardian planet should not be a problem. "What a pity," General Francis sighed. "A powerhouse like Lord Arthur here was enough to fight against dozens of level 5 Temple Knights." However, General Francis could not order Chairman Gould around, and Lord Arthur was not under his command. David's identity bracelet sounded at the same time as the aircraft carrier's alarm. He glanced at his identity bracelet. It was the latest battlefield information that only high-ranking commanders and generals were qualified to know. As a commissioner of the Federal High Command, he was naturally qualified to know the latest battlefield information. The Zergs have launched an all-out attack. David looked at the information, speechless. For so many days before he came, the battlefield had been in a relatively calm state. Why did the war start as soon as he arrived? When he thought of this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is it really because of my arrival? David thought to himself. David came to the battlefield with a clone this time, but this clone was a little special. It was different from the clones of the other 13 level 5 Temple Knights. This was a clone, because the clone was a complete copy of the original body. The clone's aura was exactly the same as the original's aura. He became vigilant. His mind swept through the space ring. There was an alchemy potion bottle, and inside it was a bottle full of undying life force. As long as he did not die on the spot, he was confident that he could recover in a short time no matter how serious his injuries were. There were also a few life-saving items that he had prepared for the battlefield. David was very careful. Although this was only a clone, according to Black Dragon Alexis, each clone was equivalent to the combat power of a god. It could be said that Director Hench of the Interstellar Federation's Institute of Immortality, as well as many generations of researchers at the Institute, had created something that even gods could not do through their own efforts. With the cloning technology of the Interstellar Federation and the alchemy technology of the great world of God that Director Hench had mastered, as well as his divine body, he had created a clone with god-level potential. Of course, the prerequisite for this was to obtain a sample of the divine life form. From the forbidden cloning technology of the Interstellar Federation to the body of a god, and then to the life sample of a god, all of these were extremely difficult to obtain. The fact that the Institute of Immortality was able to obtain and produce results was due to a lot of luck. At the same time, it also showed the potential of the Federation's technology. David didn't want to lose his clone. More importantly, this clone represented David's identity. Once the clone died, his identity as David would also disappear. This would bring him a lot of trouble. His family, Emma, and his financial group would all be greatly affected. However, although David was vigilant, he still had to participate in the war when it began. When the war came, the previous patrol mission would automatically be terminated. He would need to participate in the war. "You guys stay here. I'll go to the front," David said to his elite Kaji guards. The 10 elite Kaji guards looked ashamed. They were General David's guards, but they couldn't follow General David into the war. However, this was not the time for them to be stubborn. General David's battle was not something they could participate in. David's mind moved, and a set of transcendent armor appeared on his body. This was just a cover. The defense of the transcendent armor was not even as good as his skin. He couldn't just go into space without any equipment. That was a powerful physique that only level 4 knights and above could have. David flew in space, flying between the warships. That's the Federation's god of war, General David. The identification equipment on the warships noted David's identity, and exclamations sounded on the warships. General David was invincible in the Federation when he was in Kaji. Now that he's a transcendent, how powerful is he? A soldier asked. So what if he's powerful? He can't compare to a temple knight in the great world of God. A soldier said softly, but he was immediately rebuked by the other soldiers. General David was a legend in the Federation. Even though most of the soldiers knew the power of a temple knight in the great world of God, they didn't want to compare General David to a temple knight. This was a comparison between two worlds, and there was no fairness at all. David didn't release his spirit. He didn't know the situation in the warships. The spirit of this clone wasn't particularly strong. It was only slightly stronger than others of the same level. The clone was at the legendary rank, and his spirit was much stronger than all the Temple Knight present. Even so, he couldn't release his spirit at will. This was because once he released his spirit, he wouldn't be able to hide it from the level 5 Temple Knight on the front lines. David didn't want to expose the true strength of his clone. The strength of the legendary rank was too high, so high that it could make the Temple Knight in the great world of God think otherwise. In front of the fleet were 80 level 5 Temple Knights, and slightly behind them were 400 level 4 Sky Knight. The 400 level 4 Sky Knight formed 4 Knight battle formations, becoming the second line of defense of the warships. The level 5 Temple Knights in the first line didn't form a Knight battle formation, and instead stood scattered. David flew past the 4 Knight battle formations and arrived at the level 5 Temple Knight. The 80 level 5 Temple Knights gave him a knight's salute, and David returned the Federation salute. These level 5 Temple Knights had all heard of his battle with Lord Ludwig, and this was an acknowledgement of his strength. Why weren't the level 4 Sky Knight and the level 5 Temple Knight together? This was a natural division of ranks. In the rear of the warships, countless screens locked onto the position of the level 5 Temple Knight. The Federation soldiers saw the interaction between General David and the level 5 Knight. Everyone could see that the level 5 Temple Knight was interacting with General David as equals. Francis was also watching the situation on David's side. He ordered in a deep voice, "The battle is about to begin. Raise the morale of the soldiers. Release the video of the battle between General David and Lord Ludwig." Francis was very clear that the coming battle would be very tragic, and he needed to use all means to raise morale. Following his order, the video of the battle was broadcast on all the warships. It was the first time that a transcendent of the Interstellar Federation had defeated a Temple Knight of the great world of God. This feeling of pride caused the morale of the soldiers to soar. "Everyone, do you want to compete to see who killed more Zergs?" Lord Ludwig was the loser, but he was still very unconvinced in his heart, so he proposed. Although Lord Ludwig spoke to all the Temple Knight, he also included David. The meaning was self-evident. "Lord Ludwig, you are a bit unfair. General David's attack range is not suitable for such a competition." Lord Darrell seemed to be speaking for David, but he was actually trying to provoke him. "It doesn't matter. It's an honor to fight with you all. I will do my best." David agreed with a smile. "Good, General David. Regardless of the outcome, you are the best," Lord Fred said with a laugh. At this moment, the main artillery of the fleet was fired, and the battle began. Of course, the battle had not yet reached them. It was still tens of thousands of kilometers away. However, with the advancing speed of the Zergs and the fact that there were no powerhouses blocking the front, the Zergs would soon appear. The powerhouses present could not be blamed. No one had the combat power of Lord Arthur. They dared to go forward and block the Zerg tide alone. Even if a group of level 5 Temple Knight went forward, they could only hold on for a little longer at most. They could not guarantee their own safety at all. Near the space gate of the star field of chaos, every group of elite explosive bugs launched an energy attack. An energy beam rushed across the sky and shot towards the Guardian planet. Then the second, third, fourth, and fifth energy beams were launched. These coordinates were provided by the scouting Zergs, and they played a role at this time. After the 5 groups of elite bursting bugs finished their attack, some of the fat bugs came to the side of the elite bursting bugs and were devoured by the elite bursting bugs. Through this method, the elite explosive beetles could quickly recover their energy. When the scanning equipment found the energy beams, the Federation fleet had no time to adjust. The 5 energy beams hit the 5 battleships. The energy shields of the battleships could not effectively defend against the energy beams, let alone a battleship. Even a Temple Knight of the 5th rank would suffer heavy injuries if hit by the concentrated energy attack of 10,000 elite-ranked bursting spray bugs. The 5 battleships were penetrated, and the terrifying energy caused the battleships to disintegrate in space. The energy beams continued to attack. 2 battleships were unlucky. They were hit directly and destroyed instantly. The other battleships were scratched, but the damage was not serious. However, this attack was the biggest loss the Federation had suffered since the start of the war. Tens of thousands of soldiers died, 7 battleships were disintegrated, and many more were damaged. General Francis ordered loudly, "Analyze the attack path immediately. Launch the long-range strategic missiles. I want to eliminate the threat of the Zergs." Actually, the military super server had already started calculating. According to the star map of the star field of chaos and the attack path of the 5 energy beams, it was not difficult to analyze the attack point. In just a few seconds, the command screen in front of General Francis had the specific data. General Francis ordered in a deep voice, "Launch 20 long-range strategic missiles immediately." In the 10 bastions outside the Guardian planet, 2,100-meter-tall launchers were activated. The terrifying heat pushed the huge long-range strategic missiles into the air and quickly reached their maximum speed. David looked at the battleships disintegrating behind him. In order to ensure their combat effectiveness, these large battleships were fully equipped. Each of them had at least 5,000 crew members, including Kaji and the others. There were probably close to 10,000 soldiers. The cruelty of war was on full display at this time. The real battle had not even begun, and the Federation army had already suffered huge casualties. However, there was nothing he could do at this time. The loss of a few battleships did not affect the fleet's attack. Losing a few battleships was nothing compared to tens of thousands of battleships. It would only cause the other battleships to work harder. Every soldier increased the speed of their attacks. After 10 minutes of recovery, the energy in the 5 groups of elite explosive bugs had recovered to the point where they could attack again after devouring the energy-rich insectoids. This time their target was the 5 bastions. Because the bastions had only fired their missiles, the scouts had discovered the bastions' aggressiveness. The bastions were larger than the battleships, so they were the newest targets. Another 5 energy beams tore through space. The bastions were not as helpless as the battleships when they sensed the incoming energy beams. Their self-defense cannons fired in unison. They fired in the direction of the elite-class explosive bugs attacks. A series of explosions erupted in front of the bastions. Every self-defense cannons fired weakened the energy beams. In a short time, hundreds of self-defense cannons fired at the same time. Until the beam hit the bastion's shields, it was deflected by the bastion's shields. The bastions had more engines than the battleships. In the center of the bastions was a krypton reactor. It could support more energy than the battleships, so their shields were on a completely different level. Because the Interstellar Federation and the insectoids were using many weapons for the first time, neither side was familiar with the other's attack methods. This made the outcome of the battle even more unpredictable. Seeing the second round of energy beams blocked, Admiral Francis let out a long sigh of relief. If they had lost 5 bastions at once, the difficulty of defending this battle would have increased exponentially. On the command screen in front of Admiral Francis, a series of numbers was counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. Francis's face was filled with anticipation. This was the time the missiles would hit. The number of insectoids here had decreased by a lot. Due to the insectoid territory being too wide and the lack of rank 5 insectoids, most of the remaining rank 5 insectoids stayed in the direction of the insectoid swarm in order to prevent an attack from to a star. When 20 dots appeared in the distance, only one 5th-level insectoid near the elite-class explosive bugs reacted. But the missiles were too fast, especially when they were close to their targets. They accelerated a second time, pushing their speed to the limit of what the missile could handle. Because they were attacking from space, they didn't have to worry too much about the atmosphere's influence. Therefore, the missiles were flying at top speed. Of the 20 missiles, only 2 were blocked by the 5th-level insectoid's ice wall. They exploded before they reached their targets. The remaining 18 long-range strategic missiles all hit the 5 groups of elite explosive bugs, and the flames engulfed all the elite explosive bugs. The elite-class explosive bugs didn't have enough defense to begin with, and the energy inside them was explosive. So in a short time, the explosions became even more intense. Chapter 1025. The power of the long-range strategic missile might be limited against level 5 insectoids, but it was devastating against level 3 elite explosive bugs. Originally, the long-range strategic missile was used for interstellar-level super long-range attacks. As long as there was a fixed star map coordinate, the long-range strategic missile could attack the target with super-fast speed. Since the previous wars between the Interstellar Federation and the insectoids were mostly fought on Warstar, super long-range weapons like the long-range strategic missile had never been used. The first use of the long-range strategic missile achieved great results. Of course, it would be very difficult to achieve such results if the long-range strategic missile was used in the future. Although the long-range strategic missile could carry out interstellar-level attacks and had the ability to suddenly accelerate at the end to avoid possible interception, the premise was that the number of strong insectoids was low, and they couldn't completely block the long-range strategic missile. If there were 2 or 3 level 5 insectoids at the position of the elite explosive bugs, then the long-range strategic missile's results would be limited. The explosion caused by the destruction of 50,000 elite explosive bugs caused at least a few million insectoids near the portal to be wiped out. Only a few injured level 4 insectoids and an angry level 5 insectoid were left. The final data of the long-range strategic missile was reported to the Federation Command Center, and the command center was filled with cheers. Launching a long-range strategic missile had extremely strict requirements. Usually, it would only be launched from a space fortress or an aircraft carrier, and the cost was also extremely high. However, 20 long-range strategic missiles in exchange for 50,000 elite explosive bugs and the destruction of a large number of insectoids nearby was enough to pay for the cost. Reporting to the Admiral, the insectoid tide is 50 kilometers away from the defense line. The battle staff reminded from the side. His voice made the cheering command center instantly quiet down, and Admiral Francis' gaze returned to the command screen. 50 kilometers was an extremely dangerous distance, but this distance also meant that the insectoid tide had entered the defense range of the defensive missiles. Defensive missiles with automatic tracking, with the help of a scanning device, would almost never miss. President Gould, please move your knight forward and form a defensive line at 40,000 meters. Then, keep moving back to slow down the advancing speed of the insect tide. General Francis turned to President Gould and requested. Although the cooperation between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation was theoretically under the command of General Francis did not have the authority to command Knight. Instead, he needed President Gould to coordinate. In addition, if the orders of General Francis were not in line with the interests of the great world of God or put the Knight in a situation of certain death, President Gould would even give the Knight on the battlefield the right not to accept the orders. All right, I'll have the Holy Palace Knight cooperate. Chairman Gould nodded in agreement without hesitation. This was one of the battle plans that had been discussed before. War was not static, and General Francis and President Gould had researched many different ways of fighting. In this kind of large-scale, high-level battlefield cooperation, everything had to be adjusted to achieve the best results. General David, we're going to advance to 40,000 meters. Lord Fred said to David with a smile. I'll move with you, David said with a nod. General David, it's best if you don't get too close to the front. Your defense is too weak. Lord Ludwig reminded as he glanced at David's transcendent armor. Although Lord Ludwig had lost the competition, he was not someone who could not afford to lose. Besides, he wanted to win a fair and square battle again. He did not want General David to be easily killed by the insectoids. David's transcendent armor was made of grade 4 materials. It could be considered the best transcendent armor in the Interstellar Federation, but was not enough in the face of an insectoid tide. David's fighting style was completely close combat, and Lord Ludwig was even more worried about his safety. Don't worry, I won't let the insectoids get close to me, David replied with a smile. Hearing David's words, the other knight did not say anything and flew forward. Intentionally or otherwise, David's 13 knight clones slowly approached David's clones as they flew. He was very clear about his fighting style. In order to not expose too much of his strength, he needed a knight to protect him. His knight clones were also more reliable comrades. When the 80 knights were 40,000 meters away, explosions and flames almost completely covered the 8,000 meters in front of them. The damage caused by the saturated defensive missiles was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the defensive missiles had a recognition function and would not mistakenly attack an ally. This was why Francis dared to let the knights go forward. However, the defensive missiles were not without weaknesses. Under such a concentrated attack, there were still some rank 4 insectoids with strong defense that continued to charge forward. Once these rank 4 insectoids opened up a battle line, they would attract many defensive missiles to chase after them. This would reduce the frequency of the insectoid tide's attacks and allow the insectoid tide to continue surging forward. Prepare for battle. Lord Ludwig excitedly put on a full set of rank 5 equipment. The golden rank 5 bloodline power within his body surged. As soon as the insectoids entered his attack range, he would unleash a fatal attack. With Lord Ludwig's attack power, at least 200 meters in front of him was his strongest attack range. And this was under the condition that he was conserving his rank 5 bloodline power. If he let his rank 5 bloodline power go, his attack range would increase by a few hundred meters. This was where Lord Ludwig's confidence lay in his bet with David. No matter how strong David's swordsmanship was, it could only be within a range of 5 meters. On the other hand, Ludwig's rank 5 bloodline power swordlight could cover dozens of times the range of David's attack. It wasn't just Lord Ludwig. The other rank 5 knights also put on their armor and unleashed their bloodline powers in preparation for battle. David took out his rank 5 Roarer sniper rifle from his space ring. The moment the light gold sniper rifle appeared, it attracted the attention of all the knights present. General David, you're not thinking of using a sniper rifle to fight, are you? Lord Ludwig didn't have any intention of mocking him. He was just a little curious. Lord Ludwig knew about sniper rifles. This was one of the few Kaji in the Federation that specialized in long-range weapons. Within the atmosphere, sniper rifles could reach up to 5,000 meters. Its power was enough to penetrate the defenses of rank 2 or 3 insectoids. However, no one at the rank of Transcendent would use such a weapon. The main reason was that sniping required time to prepare. After one attack, there was almost no chance for a second shot. More importantly, sniping required talent. Without talent, no matter how much practice one practiced, one would never reach the level of a master, let alone a grandmaster. Boom. David didn't reply verbally. Instead, he used his rank 5 Roarer sniper rifle to answer Lord Ludwig's question. Lord Ludwig looked into the distance. A level 4 insectoid 7,000 meters away had its head blown off with a single shot. All the temple knights were dumbfounded, and even the people in the command center were dumbfounded. In space, there was nothing special about a 7-kilometer killing range. Without the influence of air resistance, even a few thousand meters away would not affect the power of the attack, let alone 7 kilometers. What surprised everyone was the penetrative power and accuracy of David's sniper rifle. A rank 4 insectoid that could charge out of a defensive missiles attack had to have a very strong defense. For David to break through the defense of such a rank 4 insectoid, the power of the sniper rifle was terrifying. The accuracy of the sniper rifle also shocked the knights present. At 7,000 meters, a small sniper rifle bullet could only be used on a rank 4 insectoid's fatal spot. There were 2 fatal spots on a rank 4 insectoid, the brain and the heart. However, it wasn't easy to hit a fast-moving target 7,000 meters away, let alone a smaller fatal spot. Boom, boom, boom. David's first shot was just an experiment. After that, he began to fire continuously at a rate of 1 shot per quarter of a second. His target was only a rank 4 insectoid. He didn't attack a rank 3 insectoid because it wasn't worth his time and rank 3 alchemy bullets. David's legendary physique and black dragon body perfectly offset the recoil of the rank 5 Roarer sniper rifle. In fact, he could have been even faster. It was just that he hadn't used a sniper rifle for a long time, so he needed some time to recover his senses. Damn it, why did I want to bet with him? Lord Ludwig shook his head bitterly. Lord Ludwig, you still have 5 bottles of red wine from Planet Gammy in your hands. After the war, please invite General David to drink together. We will accompany you. Lord Darrell said with a laugh. Lord Darrell was trying to ease the relationship between Lord Ludwig and General David to minimize the impact of the bet. Yeah, don't be stingy. The other knights also laughed and echoed. Lord Ludwig, I also have good wine from the Federation. Let's have a meal together after the war. David suggested to Lord Ludwig with a smile while sniping. General David, it's a deal. They just want my good wine. Lord Ludwig replied with a smile when he saw David's attitude. The previous unpleasantness disappeared in the battle. David also didn't want to have a tense relationship with Lord Ludwig. On this battlefield, comrades in arms were extremely important. Lord Ludwig also didn't want to make enemies with David, who was obviously very strange and powerful. It wasn't worth it for a small matter. In the absence of a conflict of interest, it was better to be friends than enemies. In fact, the Knights Templar present discovered one thing. This General David had the ability to kill any level 4 combat power from distance. Seeing the level 4 Zergs being killed one by one, they thought about what would happen if the opponent was a level 4 Sky Knight. Even if General David didn't use his terrifying close combat swordsmanship and only relied on the level 5 Roarer sniper rifle, at a distance of thousands of meters, 30 to 40 level 4 Sky Knight couldn't even get close to General David. They would be killed halfway. In the Federation Command Center, General Francis' eyes lit up as he watched General David use his sniper rifle to easily kill level 4 Zergs in the midst of 80 Templar Knight. At this time, the Templar Knight hadn't really started fighting yet, and the start of the battle would be delayed by General David's sniper rifle. Although David's sniping speed was only 4 shots per second, which could only kill 4 Zerg per second at most, the Zerg horde suffered a huge loss under the attack of the defensive missiles. At this time, the level 4 Zergs were the main force. David blocked the level 4 Zergs so that they couldn't break through, and the speed of the Zerg tides advanced slowed down. Staff officer, can we copy General David's weapon? General Francis asked the staff officer beside him. The staff officer's hand moved on a screen, and the level 5 Roarer sniper rifle that David used was enlarged, showing all the details. When Chairman Gould saw General David's power, his face was also extremely shocked. If the Transcendent Interstellar Federation could have a few more people with this terrifying sniper rifle, the individual strength of the Interstellar Federation could be increased to a level that was only second to the great world of God. However, when he saw the details of the level 5 Roarer sniper rifle on the screen, he immediately understood that it couldn't be copied. General David's weapon is a replica of the Roarer sniper rifle. It is made from level 5 materials, and the light on it shows that this sniper rifle has the support of the great world of God's alchemy pattern. Also, I suspect that the sniper bullets have also been processed by alchemy to have such terrifying penetrative power. The staff officer explained to General Francis with a bitter smile. General Francis's heart sank when he heard about the level 5 materials, let alone the support of the alchemy pattern. This was impossible unless the great world of God was willing to trade. General Francis, even if your Transcendent had General David's sniper rifle, they still wouldn't be able to use it. Chairman Gould said plainly, "Wait until the battle is over. Then we'll ask General David." General Francis said with obvious reluctance. He knew the truth of Chairman Gould's words, but seeing a weapon that could single-handedly kill a level 4 insectoid, it had a decisive effect on the Interstellar Federation. On Warstar, as long as a defense line had a level 5 Roarer sniper rifle like this, they wouldn't have to worry about the insectoid's attacks. They wouldn't even need to be ahead of the great world of God's Knight to suppress the insectoids. This would greatly increase the Interstellar Federation's status on Warstar. If it really didn't work, General Francis considered not having to use such a powerful weapon. He could reduce its power, and it would be fine as long as the Transcendent could use it. At the very least, it would increase the Transcendent's long-range attack capabilities and allow the Transcendent to have more options. Chapter 10:26. The 13 Knight clones came to the side of David's clone and formed a Knight formation, protecting David's clone in the center. The rest of the Knight Templars didn't find it strange. The 13 Knight Templars sent by Lord Arthur rarely spoke, and their battle attitude was very proper. They were the first to rush to any dangerous position. After discovering General David's powerful long-range attack, it was reasonable for the 13 Knight Templars to protect him. At the portal, due to the long-range missiles detonating 50,000 elite explosive Zergs, a large number of Zergs near the portal were killed. Among them were 100 main brain King Zergs, which were responsible for sensing the presence of distant targets. They were the Blade Mantis Emperor's eyes in the great world of God. Since the Blade Mantis Emperor's eyes were destroyed, the Blade Mantis Emperor couldn't sense the situation on the battlefield. It would take some time to find another main brain King Zerg or a replacement with a similar innate ability. These Zergs moved very slowly and were very few in number. The Blade Mantis Emperor was redeploying the main brain King Zergs, so he missed the opportunity to contact David. What David didn't know was that his biggest crisis was actually solved by the 20 long-range strategic missiles. Fortunately, he was using the level 5 roaring sniper rifle to snipe, so the Zergs in the Zerg Tide couldn't sense his presence. With the Blade Mantis Emperor's hatred in the Zerg's genes as a guide, once the Zerg Tide discovered David's presence, he would be the first target of the Zerg Tide. David had sealed off the area between 6,000 and 7,000 meters. Within this 1,000-meter area, almost 1,000 LV-4 insectoids had fallen in just a few minutes. The Knight Templars present were surprised at first, then shocked, then numb. They were now used to David's invincible sniping. Last time, it was Lord Arthur who blocked the Zerg Tide with his own strength. This time, General David displayed almost the same ability. Of course, Lord Arthur's battle was even more intense. Without the help of dense defensive missiles, although the long-range missiles were more powerful, they didn't cover as much of an area as the defensive missiles. Everyone could see that General David's sniping was only effective when the other low-level insectoids were blocked. He only needed to snipe the 4th-level insectoids. "Careful," Lord Ludwig called out. 2 level 5 insectoids emerged from the insectoid tide. One armored beetle king blocked the front, while the other howling worm king followed closely behind. Their target was clear: David, who was protected by the 13 Knight Templars. In space, the howling worm king's high-frequency howl was aimed at David alone. It was at its strongest at a distance of 7,000 meters. Lord Ludwig reminded David to be careful of the high-frequency howl. They had seen the howling worm king's high-frequency howl before. Chairman Gould was almost insta-killed by the howling worm king on the battlefield. The 13 Knight Templars mobilized their rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline power. A bloodline power barrier formed completely from the rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline, rose up, and blocked the high-frequency howl's attack. This bloodline power shield might not have a defensive power of a bloodline power shield formed by many Temple Knights, but in terms of performance, it was definitely incomparable to a bloodline power shield formed by a variety of bloodline powers. The 13 Knight Templars were all of the top Black Dragon bloodline. Coupled with the soul connection between them, their cooperation was truly perfect. The Black Dragon bloodline power barrier had greatly reduced the high-frequency howl of the Howling Worm King. By the time it hit David's clone, only half of its power was left. David wasn't affected at all by the high-frequency howl. The Howling Worm King was only a level 5 insectoid, and David's clone was a legendary. Not to mention that the power of the high-frequency howl was reduced by half. Even if it hit him completely, the effect would be minimal. David adjusted the rank 5 roaring sniper rifle and switched it to rank 4 alchemy bullets. The 137 soul avatars and the main soul analyzed together. Looking at the movement pattern and speed of the armored beetle king, he quickly fired the rank 5 roarer sniper rifle in his hands. Unlike before, David's reaction was produced in his hand. Even with his strength, his body still shook slightly. In space, there was no leverage at all, so all the reaction force was borne by David. The level 4 alchemy sniper bullet he used this time was specially made by him, and the amount of krypton crystal powder it contained was far more than that of ordinary bullets. The Beetle King was known for its invincible defense. David didn't think that he could break its defense with one shot. As soon as he stabilized his body, the second sniper bullet was fired, and then the third. The armored Beetle King was the best shield. It allowed the Howling Worm King to completely hide behind the armored Beetle King, allowing the Howling Worm King to unleash its terrifying high-frequency sonic attacks. But this time, the Beetle King had clearly underestimated David. David had personally killed a Beetle King of the same kind, so he was very clear about the Beetle King's defense. The Beetle King moved forward and didn't make any dodging movements. With its defense, even if it was hit by a rank 5 Temple Knight, it wouldn't cause much damage. The moving Beetle King was hit by a 4th-tier Alchemy Sniper Bullet. The light purple 4th-tier Alchemy Sniper Bullet flickered with a white light. If this sniper bullet was still, one would be able to see the light of the penetration rune. The hard head of the Beetle King collided with the level 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullet. The level 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullet shattered into pieces, but before it shattered, a 1 centimeter deep bullet hole was left on the Beetle King's head with the help of the powerful impact and the penetration rune. This little bit of depth was nothing to the Beetle King's head, and it couldn't harm the heavily protected brain. The fierce impact made the unyielding Beetle King's body stop, and its head faintly tilted upwards. At that time, a second 4th rank Alchemy Sniper Bullet was shot, accurately hitting the same spot on the unyielding Beetle King's head. The 1 centimeter deep bullet hole let out a crisp cracking sound after receiving the second attack, and a crack appeared on the Beetle King's head. Compared to the Beetle King's entire body, the crack wasn't considered a serious injury, but to David, who was attacking with precision, it was a fatal wound. The defense of the cracked Beetle King's head had dropped to the extreme. After David shot the 3rd level 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullet, the level 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullet successfully penetrated the defense of the Beetle King's head with the help of the penetration rune. Behind the Beetle King's head and carapace was its fragile brain. After the grade 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullet pierced through the Beetle King's head, its flight pattern also changed from a straight line to a tumbling flight. The level 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullet was like a hand stirring the brain of the Beetle King, turning its brain into paste. Hiss! The moment the Beetle King lost its life, all the Temple Knight sucked in a breath of cold air. Before, when David could easily kill the rank 4 insectoids, the Temple Knight didn't feel much of a threat because killing a rank 4 insectoid didn't mean that it was a threat to the Temple Knight. But what just happened made the Temple Knight reevaluate David's sniping ability. If the Beetle King were to be dealt with by the Temple Knight, it would be impossible to kill it without 4 or 5 Temple Knights. The Beetle King's defense was too strong, to the point that the Temple Knight couldn't deal any fatal damage to it. However, the armored Beetle King, which had such a strong defense, was killed by David's sniper rifle in just 2 breaths of time. Lord Ludwig couldn't help but rejoice that he had eased his relationship with General David. No one wanted to provoke such a terrifying enemy. The Temple Knight's gaze towards David changed. After this incident, they completely accepted David's combat ability and raised it to an extremely high level. The death of the armored Beetle King exposed the Howling Worm King hiding behind it. When the Howling Worm King realized that the armored Worm King had been killed, it immediately retreated. It didn't have the defense of the armored Worm King. If the armored Worm King couldn't withstand a long-range attack, it was even more impossible for it to do so. How could David let the Howling Worm King escape? If he didn't use this opportunity to deal with it, it would bring him a lot of trouble when it mixed into the insectoid tide. David's sniping ability was very strong, but when facing an insectoid tide, as long as there were low-level insectoids in the way, he wouldn't be able to accurately snipe them. 2 level 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullets hit the back of the Howling Worm King's head. The defense, though, was very weak. 1 level 4 Alchemy Sniper Bullet broke through the defense, and the second bullet destroyed the brain of the Howling Worm King. Because of this delay, the insectoid tide had advanced to a distance of 6 kilometers. If David had made his move a little later, the Howling Worm King would have been surrounded by the insectoid tide. "Everyone, how about 5 kilometers back?" David asked the Temple Knight. David had a feeling that it was best not to get too close to the insectoid tide. He knew how crazy the insectoids would become once they sensed his aura. Although this was a clone and not David's original body, the aura of the two was completely the same. If David had made this request in the beginning, the Temple Knight wouldn't have agreed at all. They hadn't even come into contact with the insectoids, and they were already retreating. But now, David's results had long exceeded the Temple Knight's expectations. He had also delayed them long enough. By the time they returned to the first line of defense, the insectoid tide would have lost more than half of its members. As David retreated, the level 5 roaring sniper in his hands didn't stop. He slowed down the insectoid tide's advance even more. "Adjutant, immediately report to Grand Marshal Andre." Ask Grand Marshal Andre to discuss with General David about the sniper rifle in his hands. In the command center, General Francis didn't care that Chairman Gould was beside him. He loudly ordered. Of course, there was a reason for General Francis's excitement. If a level 5 roaring sniper rifle could cause such damage to a level 5 insectoid, it meant something completely different. Even if the Federation didn't have anyone capable of using the level 5 roaring sniper rifle, this technology had to be kept. Maybe there would be a second General David in the future. With the population of the Interstellar Federation, as long as they were patient, they would be able to cultivate a level 5 roaring sniper rifle one day. "Yes, General," the adjutant replied. The adjutant used some time to organize David's battle footage and ran out of the command center with the data. General Francis had no choice but to notify Grand Marshal Andre. Although in terms of rank, General Francis was a lot higher than David, not to mention David's own strength. Even the commissioner of the Federal High Command didn't have to listen to General Francis' orders. General Francis didn't have the confidence to make David give up the secret of his weapon. In the entire Interstellar Federation, probably only Grand Marshal Andre could persuade David. As for whether it would succeed, it was hard to say. But no matter what, General Francis had to try. If he succeeded, the Interstellar Federation's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Chairman Gould's face didn't look too good. He didn't think General David would be this strong. A sniper rifle from a few thousand meters away, even a knight of the Holy Cathedral, couldn't stop it. The good thing was that they were allies, not enemies. Share General David's battle footage to every battleship. I want every soldier to know how strong General David is. General Francis continued to order. Last time, the insect wave was stopped by Lord Arthur of the Great World of God. General Francis could only publicize Lord Arthur's strength and raise morale. This time, it was the Interstellar Federation's own general that stopped the insect wave. He slowed down the insect wave with his own strength. If General Francis didn't publicize it, he wouldn't be a qualified commander. Federation God of War. General David is invincible. Federation number 1. Cheers sounded in every battleship. Previously, only the captains of the battleships could see David's battle footage. Now, almost every screen had David's battle footage. The cheers of tens of thousands of battleships couldn't be transmitted into space, but the sudden increase in morale made the defense missiles launch even faster. From the replenishment of defense missiles, to the scanning location, to the launching process, everything was faster. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.